different for yourself. Can we hear me? Let me know if we can hear me. Good morning, everybody. I understand we have people on this call who are not in Nigeria. So I would be saying good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on the part of the country that you are right now. Can you hear me? Thank you very much. I got that response. Thank you. We're still expecting more people on the call, but while we wait for them, kindly put your names on the chat box. Put your names, your email addresses on the chat box. Thank you very much. My name is Adebola Bankole, and I work in the HR and admin unit of NECA. I welcome you once again to the official opening of NECA's 2024 Job and Employability Fair. You're going to be having a swell time today. And in fact, you have to be on this call until the end because we have a whole lot for you. All the facilitators that are coming on this program today, I have seen their presentations and you really do not want to miss it. We have all been hearing about the green economy, the green economy. So that is why this year, the 2024 Employability Fair is about the green economy and all that you can take out from the green economy, the job opportunities, a whole lot on the green economy. And that is why this fair is about green economy. Okay, can we please share the program for today? If you're just joining the call, my name is Adebola Bankole. I work in the HR and admin unit of NECA, and I'll be moderating the morning session of this program.
Please, can you go ahead now?
Yeah, but okay, I should share my. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Can we all see my screen? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Okay, so this is the program for today. As we all know that it's a 2 days program. Today is the soft skill training, and tomorrow we will have the job fair physical where you will have to meet with the employers. So I'm just going to quickly run through the program. We're going to be having the welcome remarks and the ground rules. We're going to be having, then we move into the sessions proper. We're going to be having the job opportunities in the green economy, the CV preparation and review, workplace communication skills, and then we have a break of about 15 minutes, and we move into the afternoon session. The afternoon session will be moderated by Victor Ogunleye. By and large, this program will be ending towards between 1:35 and 1:40. That is if we have extra questions. If you're just joining the call, you are welcome to NECA's official opening of the 2024 Job and Employability Fair. We would like to take the opening remark of the Director General, Mr. Adewale Smart Oyerinde. DG, you have the floor. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? Hello, can somebody hear me?
I can hear you, sir.
Thank you so very much. My name is Thompson Akpabio. I'm a Director of Legal and Regulatory Taxation. I work for NECA. And I have the instructions and permission of my Director General, Mr. Adewale Smart Oyerinde, to give these remarks. He is unable to be here personally, but he's very keen and holds this job and employability fair closely to his heart. And as such, it's something that he's been very interested in. The question is, why job fair? Why is NECA interested in a job and employability fair? And our answer is, it is one of our mandates in terms of corporate social responsibility, both to our members and to the economy and to the youth or the teeming population in Nigeria. We're looking at a situation whereby we contribute our own quota. So this is just one of those many avenues that we do this. This fair is an opportunity where we bring the job seekers to meet with employers in several sectors and within this climate called Nigeria. So you get to know what the employers are looking out for in terms of skills, in terms of talent, in terms of knowledge, and how prepared the youth are ready for the workplace. It's going to create an opportunity for us to network, and even people will also get employed even through this job fair, because I see a couple of employers, I see a couple of organizations that is joining us. So for those applicants or job seekers that is joining in this job fair, let me say congratulations in advance. I'm just hoping that you'll be one of those that will secure a job and then take the job very seriously. For the job seekers also, we do hope that you are ready to learn, because as the moderator has rightly stated, there are a couple of resource persons, professionals, that will be sharing their knowledge of experience over the years with you to guide you so that you know what to do, how to do it, and when to do it. To the organization that are here, thank you so very much for being part of this year's edition. I will trust that we'll have more of you next year. For those that are supporting or sponsoring, we are truly grateful. You know, we see you not just supporting, but we see you as partners in progress to ensure that we also are delivering our quota to national growth in this country called Nigeria. I want to thank my colleagues in the Secretariat for the job that I've done over the years, or over the time, and even over the years. Over the years, this is the third edition. It's been a continuity. So for us to have a job fair that has continued, there are a couple of people that are working behind the scene. So the team being led by my colleague, Mrs. Adenike Adebayo Ajala, Director, we appreciate every one of them, and we wish all of us a good outing. In conclusion, it is not just a job fair for the fancy of a job fair, but it's a job fair with a result in mind and a target that everything will work out smoothly. On that note, I just want to conclude this brief remark and appreciate the DG for the opportunity. Thank you so very much. Enjoy your day. Over to you, Debola.
Thank you very much, Director Thompson Akpabio. We appreciate that remark, and we wish DG well in his official assignment, which made him not to be here today on this call. So if you're still just joining us, my name is Adebola Bankole again, and on the screen is the agenda for today. As we all know that the event is for 2 days, but today's session is the virtual session, which is telling us about this, which is going to be telling us about the soft skills that we need for tomorrow. If you know that you really need a job, you need to change your job, or you need to foray into another terrain, kindly stay on the call till the end of the program. And I promise you, it's going to help you for tomorrow's event. It's going to really help you. I have seen the presentation of all the facilitators, and I can bet you are in for a good time. You are in for a good time. Keep putting your names and email addresses on the chat box. We'll capture them. And then we now move on to the first session of the program. Please, the ground rules. If you're going to ask any question, please put it on the chat box. Just put it on the chat box. You cannot unmute yourself. We don't want to see your videos so that we are not distracted. We appreciate you for being on the call. Thank you so much. And then we'll go to the first session of the program, which is job opportunities in the green economy. And taking that session this morning is Dr. Eugene Itua of Natural Eco Capital. Dr. Eugene Itua, okay, can I have his profile? Thank you. May I have his profile, please? Dr. Eugene Itua is a partner of NECA. Natural Eco Capital is a partner of NECA. And he is the one that will be taking us on this topic this morning. He is a very vast facilitator in the green space. And so you need to give it all your attention. You need to give the session all your attention. Okay, can I have his profile? You need to give this session all the attention, please. Okay, it's myself. Okay. So Dr. Eugene Itua's profile is so much that if we begin to highlight it one after the other, we might not get to live here today, but I'll shortly just say that he's the CEO of Natural Eco Capital. He's the National Project Coordinator of Elaboration of Nigeria's Long-Term Low Emissions Development Strategy. He's the lead writer, Natural Capital for Climate Finance and Green Growth in East Africa, Chapter 3, in AFDB's East Africa Economic Outlook 2023 on mobilizing private sector financing for climate and green growth. He is also former policy and advocacy coordinator, Natural Capital in African Development Finance, NC4 ADF, an initiative by AFDB and Green Growth Knowledge Partnership. He is a member of the advisory board of UNDP's Africa Green Business and Financing Initiative under UNDP Africa Sustainable Finance Hub, South Africa. He is a board member of Nigeria Network of NGOs. You can see that we will stop today. So you see that you are in the right hand. Dr. Eugene Itua will take you through the jobs that are available in the green space. Dr. Itua, you have the floor, sir.
Good morning. I'm trying to share my screen.
Do you want me to share it at my end, sir?
No, let me share it from here. It will be better for me to manage it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess you can see it now.
Yes, we can, sir.
Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. Once again, thank you for joining. I can see we've got over 400 persons online here. This is quite a... Without having to waste so much time, I will run through the slides I have. Now, you want to... I don't know, is it also possible to... I continue to hear the people coming in or going out. I don't know how we can minimize the noise from that end. Adebanka, you can hear me? It's Adebola, you can hear me. So
yes,
let's see how we minimize that of people. Somebody should
ICT is trying to work on that, sir. ICT is...
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. Now, like I said on this introductory slide, I said it is increasingly getting difficult to imagine a future that is not green. Just as it's also becoming increasingly difficult to imagine an economy without green jobs. Virtually every leader today talk about it. Let leaders go for a conference, go to wherever it is. Even if they are not talking about it directly, they will allude to it in their statements. Green economy, green jobs has become buzzwords, so to say. Now, when we talk about green jobs, some people had said you can also see it as green collar jobs, sustainability jobs, eco jobs, or environmental jobs. But the inherent thing we want to bring out from it is that these are work that contributes substantially to preserving or restoring environmental quality. Of course, while keeping the economy alive. In this, here, you see the definition of some time ago, the ILO has said that green jobs, in defining it, said a decent job that contribute to preserve or restore the environment, be they in traditional sectors such as manufacturing and construction, or in new emerging green sectors such as renewable energy and energy efficiency. UNEP, ILO, EU had even given further perspective on what green sectors could be. These sectors, based on what UNEP has said, are perceived as driving the defining trends of the transition to a green economy, including increasing human well-being and social equity and reduce environmental risk and ecological scarcities. And then we got ILO that defines the sectors from aspects of job creation and employment, naming the sectors with green names to differ from the mainstream economy. While EU has said that sectors with potential substantial contribution to climate change, mitigation, adaptation based on statistical classification of economic activities in the European community. And now, if we talk about the green economy, you just see an economy that tends to promote sustainable development. In doing this, it strives to balance economic growth with environmental protection and social equity. So three things come out from this: economic growth, environmental protection, social equity. It involves transitioning to an economy that is low carbon, resource efficient, and indeed socially inclusive. The green sector, again, in categorization, ILO, UNEP, EU sometimes has placed all of this based on what you can see here: buildings, agriculture, fishery, energy supply, forestry, tourism, transport, waste, water, manufacturing, industry, sustainable construction, organic agriculture, renewable energy, sustainable forestry, sustainable tourism, public mass transport, recycling, clean industry, sustainable government activities. And then you now have agriculture and forestry, manufacturing, energy supply, water, sewage, waste, and remediation, transport, buildings, ICT. So it cuts across virtually all the sectors. Now, so we have rearranged some of the ideas outlined by those agencies and put them here, that we have the cross-cutting issues of ICT, circular economy, and indeed commerce. So looking at it wholesale, there is no single industry you can just say that is the green industry today, based on the way it's growing. Green just span across a wide range of industries. Are you looking at it from the renewable energy perspective, or from the unexpected one like finance? You hear of green finance today, sustainable finance, climate finance, just name it. And then you have fashion, technologies, and transportation industries. And here we have said why green talent development is growing faster in sectors like energy and mining. Green jobs and talents actually have a higher overall presence in healthcare, agriculture, transportation, construction, and manufacturing. That is what the World Economic Forum has said in some of their publications. Now, this provides greening opportunities in the service sector. You can look at it from all angles. Are you looking at it from agritourism, research perspective, green education, just name it, water management, waste management? Again, service sector cuts across so many of the subsectors that we see. And then industry, the same thing. green building, energy efficiency, talk about transport, wind and solar. Again, it cuts across so many. So here shows you that virtually every industry is finding its way into the green space. Education, legal, media, real estate, consumer goods, just name it. This was presented by a team 2022, trying to talk about the growth of this sector that we're talking about. Bring job, bring skills. But why is it really growing? We all talk about the transition to a net zero economy today. So it's gaining that prominence based on that trend, that movement, that traction that is coming from net zero trajectory. And it requires diverse green workforce because of the various perspectives that people are deploying today. But again, critically, why green jobs? We have said here it plays a crucial role in creating a sustainable future. Like has been said from the definition we gave earlier, protect ecosystem and biodiversity, reduce energy, materials, and water consumption through high efficiency strategies. What about decarbonizing the economy? Or minimizing or altogether avoid the generation of all forms of waste and pollution? Perhaps you have other ideas you can contribute to this very slide. So in brief, green job is focused on preserving or restoring the natural environment, contribute to sustainability, energy efficiency, and environmental protection with these dual benefits, supporting us to deal with the challenges we have seen that are inherent or that we have caused as humans to the environment, and at the same time, seeing how we can help the economy to grow. Why not neglecting the inclusiveness of all the strategies that are being deployed? Job opportunities in the green economy, you want to recognize once again that they are growing. In terms of growth, it is expected that by 2030, 24 million jobs worldwide will be created in the green economy. That is what ILO has said some time ago. And then Europe is set to create 4 million green jobs by 2050, just in solar power. And then the US, green jobs are expected to expand to nearly 24 million by 2030, creating 14% of total jobs. And in 2021, my organization, Natural Eco Capital, has worked with Africa Development Bank to develop green job position paper. It was green job position in Africa. So green job position. And in it, we mapped what was happening in each of the African countries. And so 10 of these African countries came out very strongly with what they were doing. And it's listed here as a then. And if you would check the social media, check LinkedIn, for instance, between February 2022 and February 2023, we said that the posting of green jobs increased by a media of 15.2%. Workers with green skills were hired at a rate of 29%, higher than the workforce average. And for us in Nigeria, increasingly, we've seen adverts. For instance, I will say technical advice or green hydrogen is needed. Process and environment engineer or manager is needed. Environmental copyright, interesting. Front and end developer, relating it to technology. And then you have failure analysis engineer, product operation associate, senior graphic designer, again, relating it to green space. Increasingly, we've seen this. For us as a nation in the country, there had been a green job assessment. That green job assessment analyzed the impacts on employment, GDP, and emissions of Nigeria's intended actions on climate change. In fact, it was actually focused on the nationally determined contribution. Take notes, the nationally determined contribution has been revised and updated. And we also now have the long-term low emission development strategy. While the nationally determined contribution is a shorter version based on the 5-year revision cycle, the long-term low emission development strategy, which Natural Eco Capital, my organization, supported the federal government in developing, now you can actually access that document on the platform of UNFCCC, which was uploaded. It was uploaded in April 25 last month. So you can access that document. But what I'm just trying to say that this green job assessment had been based on the NDC, and it came out with beautiful findings. It examined in the short to medium term, primary impact and long-term secondary impacts, job creation impacts, and growth potential. It covered a number of policy and actions, especially some core industry that related to the first NDC that Nigeria had: energy, transport, agriculture, forestry, and industry. Of relevance to us is that the document said Nigeria should experience positive contribution to economic growth, employment creation, and emission reduction, as long as these programs are accompanied by supportive economic, social, and labor market policies. So perhaps between today and tomorrow, we can further come up with ideas that can assist the nation in couching relevant policies that can drive this green space. Again, from that same work, the net job created by selected climate policies across the economy by 2030, as projected by that document, shows what could happen from the baseline, which was 2020, and what is likely going to happen in 2025. And that is what you can see in this slide. Again, this one talks about the total economy-wide job and GHG multiplier per $1 million invested in selected climate policies. You can see all of them. Are you looking above for cement, cook stove, energy efficiency, iron and steel, public transport, or could it be water efficiency? All of this we highlighted. There was another study by AFDB and UN Women in 2021. Again, I recall we made some contribution in terms of revision on that same document. It demonstrated, relating it to women now, how women can come in and what women were not doing and what they could do. And so that document talks about that, providing opportunities for women to come into the space, focusing on gender issues. Again, that's document, the green job assessment for Nigeria, highlighted the gender-related aspects of what is happening in green job space. And then these slides simply it says something in that direction. Iron and steel, for instance, to baseline in 2030. What could happen? Cement, what could happen? You have cook stove, what could happen? And then you also have other aspects of it, like the last one here that talks about energy efficiency is also there. Now, experiences related to green jobs in Nigeria. USAID, for instance, has this program, Africa's Growing Green Jobs for Women in Nigeria initiative. Again, that is trying to bring out the perspective of green jobs in the country. Job multipliers, renewable energy, and other sectors. Again, these abound in the number of activities that people are doing. And then Nigeria's energy transition plan has also spoken to this aspect. And the long-term low emission development strategy I mentioned earlier has that as part of its components. Examples of green careers: you can become an environmental technician. You monitor the environment, collect soil samples, and analyze data to reduce contamination. Wind turbine technician, solar installer, sustainability manager. What about you actually going into the renewable energy space? It's creating jobs. Environmental management is also creating jobs. It's further categorized here what kind of job or expertise you can take from all of this. But the interesting thing about this green job and green economy transition is that there are winners, there are losers. Winners, these are individuals, communities, or sectors that benefit from the transition. For example, workers in the renewable energy industry, companies investing in sustainable practices, or regions with strong green policies may be considered winners. What about losers? These are the groups or individuals who may face challenges or negative consequences due to the transition. They could lose their jobs. They may need to reskill, upskill, just name it. If they cannot fit in, they lose their treasured privileges. Let's put it that way. For instance, workers in fossil fuel industry facing job displacement. Communities dependent on traditional energy sources or businesses that struggle to adapt, they could be losers. So innovatively, businesses, individuals, communities just need to come up with ideas that make them to fit into the green arena. Skills and qualifications, technical skills, knowledge of, for instance, of renewable energy systems, environmental regulations, sustainable practices will be very good if you want to come into this space. I recall Adebola had talked about soft skills today, communication, problem solving, and adaptability. You could also have this that will bring you into this space. Minimizing the disparity between losers and the winners, we have said here, the just transition. ILO talks about just transition every now and then, where the benefits of green jobs are shared broadly and the negative impacts are minimized. So what do we all need to do as corporate organizations, governments? We all need to design policies that aim to reduce the negative impact on losers and ensure a fair distribution of benefits. We need to develop strategies that include retraining affected workers, targeted subsidies. You know, we talk about harmful subsidy. We want to take them away. If we take them away, we design policies that will ensure that those who are affected will not just lose out, they also benefit. And so we can bring them in based on the strategy or the policies we designed. What about social safety nets and policies that address economic and social inequalities? Harnessing opportunities in green job requires collaboration by all stakeholders. Is it governments? Or could it be industry, education? What about other stakeholders that are not mentioned here? Everyone is relevant. And so we all need to come together. And in coming together, NECA and Natural Eco Capital, interestingly, are working with others to harness the opportunities in green jobs through awareness and skill enhancement. We've had a couple of programs, awareness training to support individuals that are interested in growing their capabilities in this, proficiency in this area. Now, not too long ago, we had a strategic meeting where we talked about how some of these things that we're talking about can actually be brought to bear. And one other thing that we're doing is to see how we come up with a Green Job Academy. We already, very soon, we'll be coming up with a statement, and we hope all of you that are interested in being part of this will join the academy. We'll be the first crop for the academy. We want to thank you for listening.
Wow. Thank you very much, Dr. Itua. That was brief, but very valuable. There are lots of things that we have gotten that I personally have gotten from your presentation this morning. And I'm sure colleagues and job applicants, companies on the call will also have gotten one or two things. part of the things that I got is that we cannot particularly say an industry is the one that is in the green space at a particular industry. So it means it cuts across. I'm going to be a winner, not a loser. The world is moving on. So I don't want to be stuck. Let's all move on as the world is moving on. We're going green. So everyone should also be looking towards the green space. It means that as an individual, you can be in the green space. You can actually move towards the green space. I don't know if Dr. Ita has a few minutes to answer questions. Are there any questions in the chat box? If you have any question for Dr. Itua, please quickly put it on the chat box. Please quickly put it on the chat box before Dr. Itua leaves the call. Quickly put it on the chat box. Thank you very much, sir. For people who will be affected as a result of this transition, we should actually be looking towards being a winner. We should move into either the renewable energy industry, companies investing in sustainable practices, regions with strong green policies. They are the winners. So we should move towards it. Okay, so we have a question. The questions are really so fast. Okay, is it possible for you to I got a question, but it left before I was able to get a hang of it. Okay, so if you have any question and we're not able to take the question here because there are so many people on the call, please, okay, aside tech and engineering roles, it's moving so fast. I'm sorry. I think what he's trying to ask is, apart from tech and engineering roles, are there other roles? If you go back to his slide, we're going to share his slide. Yes, he mentioned it that there are a lot of green careers, not only in the green space, not only in the tech space or in the engineering space, a lot more green careers. So if you have any question, please drop it at neca@neca.org.ng or drop it in the chat box. We'll be able to take it when another facilitator is on the call. Thank you very much, Doctor. We appreciate you and we appreciate everything that you're doing with us. You're a partner with NECA. Okay, what are the chances of business development and sales roles? Aside tech and engineering roles, what are the other businesses that are in the green space? Doctor, are you able to answer? Okay, so just as I mentioned, that question has been answered. It has actually been answered in his presentation. So please drop your messages NECA at neca@neca.org.ng, and then we'll be moving quickly to. Thank you very much, Doctor. You can stop sharing your screen now. We appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. If there's any other question, please collate them and share with me. I will respond to them and then you can share when you are sharing the slide with everyone.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate that, sir. Thank you so much. So we're moving on to the next facilitator. Somebody should please any colleague in the association, in the secretariat, should please help me type in the website to type in the email address of NECA. Some people are asking so that they can send in their questions. I repeat it again, neca@neca.org.ng. Somebody please help me to type it in the chat box. Is there age and experience limitation? There's nothing that says that we cannot learn. When we stop learning, we start dying. So nothing stops us from learning. I'm not sure that there's supposed to be any age limitation. Doctor, are you able to take that? Age limitation in the green space? I can answer that really. There can't be any age limitation. You can start from wherever you are. You can start from wherever you are. So do we have the next facilitator on the call? We'll be having Mr. Alassa, Mr. Michael Alassa. Mr. Michael, And Mr. Michael will be taking us on CV preparation and review. CV preparation and review. You know, I mentioned when we started this training that we're going to be having a whole lot of facilitators that are vast in their own field. And these facilitators, you know, they say HR is powerful. So they cut across HR. They know what is happening in that space. And that is why we have brought them for you today so that you can prepare for tomorrow. Tomorrow's program is a physical one so that you can prepare for it well. So this session is very key for tomorrow. As much as we know that a lot of us have the technical know-how, we have the technical abilities, the soft skills are very important. What makes you employable? It is not just your experience. It is not just your BSc, your certificate, your master's degree. Do you have employable skills? Are you actually employable? Are your CVs carrying the right information that the recruiters want? I see a lot of people put pictures, put a whole lot of information in their CVs, in their resumes. Mr. Lassa will be able, is here to tell us what we're doing right and what we shouldn't do on our CVs. Mr. Lassa, do we have you on the call? You can share your screen, please. Mr. Lassa, are you on the call? For the people that are asking where is the location of tomorrow's event, the location is NECA House. NECA House, plot A2, Hakim Balogun Street, Alausa, Ikeja. For a landmark, you have Femi Shrine, Femi or Fela Shrine. Some people call it Femi Shrine. So you can just tell anyone you're going to Femi or Fela Shrine in Lagos. Yes, please. Lagos. We're moving on to Mr. Michael Alassa. For people that are in the north and that are on the call, we also have another version of the job fair. We'll be having another one in Abuja, in Port Harcourt, and in Enugu later in the year. So you are free to join them there if you cannot be physically present tomorrow. But for people that are in Lagos and need to change their jobs, please, NECA House tomorrow, plot A2, Akim Balogun Street. There are going to be employers that are ready to recruit, that have vacancies to fill, that will be on ground tomorrow. And I'm sure we have taken care of all those vacancies. We have shared them with you. If you registered for the program, we have shared them with you. Port Harcourt, yes, we're having another session. We're having a version in Port Harcourt. Thank you very much, Mrs. Okay. Thank you, Dami, for sharing it. If you want to see if you want the physical address of NECA House, it's there in the chat box. The vacancies, the job roles available were shared with all the people that registered. You had them on the link. Yes, it was shared. Mr. Lassa, can we have you, please? Delta, we are having in Enugu. So I think you can attend the one in Enugu. Abuja, yes, waiting eagerly. Yes, we are coming up with the Abuja version.
Hello, Deborah. Mr. Alata will be joining you in 1 minute.
All right, thank you very much, ma. Thank you. So while we're waiting for Mr. Alasta, please let's continue to drop our details in the chat room. Your email addresses, your telephone numbers, drop on the chat box. While we wait for Mr. Michael Alasa's call, while we wait for him to join us on the call, keep sharing, keep dropping your contact details, your email addresses, the telephone numbers. If it's possible for you to indicate that you are in the north or you're in the eastern part of Nigeria, please indicate so that when the version for Abuja, for Port Harcourt, and for Enugu is about to take off, we'll inform you. Mr. Alasa will be taking us, just as I mentioned earlier, on CV review. He will be telling us what we are doing right, what we are doing wrong, what the applications that sort or sieve our CVs really need to see, why we are not being contacted the one to take us on this. And he'll be spending 60 whole minutes with us. So you need to give it all your attention. Okay, can you share Mr. Alasa's profile if you have it?
Apologies, I don't.
Okay, thank you. For people who are asking, who are still asking for the physical address in the chat room, the physical address for tomorrow's event is NECA House, plot A2, Akim Balogun Street, Alausa, Ikeja. NECA House is adjacent Femi Fela Shrine in Ikeja, Alausa. It is a building that you cannot miss once you come around that environment. While we wait for Mr. Alasa, if it's possible for you to type in the chat room. Okay. Oh, okay. I thought that was Mr. Alasa. While we wait for Mr. Alasa to join us, time tomorrow is 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock, 9 a.m. tomorrow. 9 a.m. tomorrow. You are required to come in with your CVs. 9 a.m. tomorrow. I am repeating it. Tomorrow's program is going to be a physical event, and it is going to take place at NECA House, plot A2, Hakim Balogun Street, Alausa, Ikeja. Landmark, Femi Shrine, Femi Fela Shrine. Anyone you ask will be able to give you the direction to Femi Shrine. And from there, you would find NECA House at the adjacent end. Mr. Alasa, are you on the call? while I'm picking, please somebody in the secretariat, kindly help me to drop the address again for them in the chat box. We have a lot of people, so the messages are running fast. When the Port Harcourt version is out, we will let you know. That's why I said share your contacts, share your location also. If you're in Lagos, tomorrow's event is for you. And if you're in Abuja, we'll let you know when that version is about to come on. If you're also in Port Harcourt and in Enugu, there are going to be versions for those locations too. Waiting for Mr. Michael Alasa. We seem not to be able to, we cannot jump this particular topic because it's very crucial for tomorrow's event. It is very, very crucial for tomorrow's event. I understand that we have sent a lot of people who registered for tomorrow's program. We have sent you some information. Please take those information serious and do as we have advised. You do not know NECA or you're just hearing NECA for the first time. NECA is Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, and we are a business membership organization. We are not, we do not work for the government, but we have a lot of collaborations with the government. We are the mouthpiece for the private sector. We tend to the business of employers in this environment. Please keep dropping your details in the chat box. Your location, your email address, please keep dropping them in the chat box. And if you have any question yet for Dr. Itwa, kindly send to neca@neca.org.ng. If your organization is not yet a member of NECA, please feel free to check us at www.neca.org.ng. That is our website. And you can see all that we do on that website. And you can also pick your membership form from the website. Do we have Mr. Lassa on the call now? Mr. Lassa, are you on the call now? Please unmute yourself if you're on the call. Mr. Michael Alassa. I don't think it's here. Okay. So it seems we might not be able to take care of Mr. Lassa now. So we'll move to the next facilitator. Hello, ma. We'll move to the next facilitator. Thank you very much. Okay, so I suppose we have some issues at Mr. Alasa's end. So we'll just take Mrs. Nneka Eneli. Mrs. Nneka Eneli, are you on the call? Thank you. Mrs. Eneli will be taking us on communication. So Mrs. Eneli Nneka is a seasoned professional with over 21 years of career experience, spanning talent and people outsourcing, business process outsourcing, human resource outsourcing, business development, client relationship management, project management, not-for-profit management, public relations, and corporate branding, human resource consulting, recruitment and selection, payroll management, training and facilitation in human resource courses, strategic business courses, leadership development, pre-retirement training, and soft skills. NECA is an accomplished executive with a proven track record of driving operational excellence and fostering strategic partnerships with extensive experience in optimizing business processes and maximizing efficiency. She specializes in spearheading transformative initiatives that deliver cost-effective solutions and global scalability. Her expertise lies in harnessing the power of collaborative networks and leveraging external resources to drive organizational success. She has worked in various sectors, some of which are pharmaceutical, financial services, real estate management, not-for-profit, financial literacy and inclusion, and professional services. NECA holds a BPharm Honors degree, an MBA in marketing, and a master's degree in employment and labor studies, both from the University of Lagos. She is a full member of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria, MCIPM, Nigeria Institute of Management, MNIM, and also a certified professional of the Society for Human Resource Management, SHRM USA. She is a passionate public speaker with a love for facilitating and sharing knowledge. If your hands are not too busy, please give your emoji, give a clapping emoji to Mrs. Nneka Nelly and welcome her to the platform today. Welcome, ma. We are pleased to have you.
Thank you
have the
very
floor,
much.
ma.
Confirm you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, ma.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope you can all hear me. I've been introduced. My name is Nneka Eneli, and I'll just leave it at that. So we'll quickly go into this session. I don't know, are you going to share the screen, my slide from your end? Please confirm, Madam Adibola. Or do you want me to share from here? Can you hear me? Do you want me to share my screen from here, my slides?
Yes, please, ma'am. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So you can see my slides now.
Yes, please.
Okay, great. Thank you for the confirmation. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. It's nice to have you here, and I'm happy to be here also. And I'd like to just encourage everyone, for you to be here means that you've taken another leap in your search for career growth. And to get for some people, it is to get started in the professional workspace. For some people, is to continue in your growth in the professional workspace. But irrespective of whichever cadre you fall into, let me just encourage you, every session you'll be hearing in today's virtual session is instrumental to your success and your growth in the professional workspace. I'll be taking you on workplace communication skills. And some people might say, communication, I know how to communicate. Some people might say, what else? What is it? Oh, I've heard this before. You have different, some people might say, oh, I don't know how to communicate. I have a challenge there. How can you help me, NECA? So I would just like to encourage you, please keep an open mind. Context matters in any presentation that we are making, but in these notes, that at the end of this, I'm going to have like a call to action, okay, which I'm going to state so that we finish this session, you must go, go away taking some of these points. So please listen attentively because it's going to help you. Some of you are going to get jobs. I'm sure by tomorrow, some of you might get jobs. Some of you may not get tomorrow, but at least you are on the right path already. So please listen attentively. And I think the question and answer will be taken at the end of the session. But if you have any questions, you can drop them in the chat box and then I can take them later. Okay, let's talk about workplace communication skills. Just looking at the general overview, we're going to break down why is it super important to communicate well at work, okay? And how can it make a big difference in your career? Sometimes we hear of people, this person speaks very well. Oh, this person communicates very well. This is what we want to learn. How did they get to that point? And what difference does it make in your career? Also, when you look at getting ready to learn about talking clearly, listening carefully, and having a good relationship with everyone at your job. So this topic, workplace communication skills, will help you feel confident. As you are here, you're all attending this fair today and tomorrow, some of you will be on site again tomorrow, is to help you build your confidence, even as you start engaging with potential employers tomorrow. It will boost your confidence if you just take a few tips from here and to help you to succeed in your new workplace. I would like to say, wish everyone success, even as I start this. And let me say congratulations ahead for those who will be clinching jobs by tomorrow. Now, there's a quote by Pat Macmillan, the CEO and author at Macmillan Books. He said that excellent communication doesn't just happen naturally. It is a product of process, skill, climate, relationship, and hard work. So sometimes you see people, oh, you said the president of the United States of Nigeria, he speaks so eloquently. Most of the time, this, when Obama was there, and some of these, former presidents, you say they're like orators. It didn't just happen naturally. Yes, some people you will say are born communicators. Some people have to learn. Irrespective of which bracket the person is, there is always still a learning process in terms of communication. You can't say anybody came to this world with expert communicator from day one. Okay, we all learn how to communicate. And especially in certain offices, when you're going into professional workspace, there's a way to communicate. When you're going to politics, into government, there's a way to communicate. So that's what we want to say. It doesn't happen naturally. It's process, it's practice, it's skill, and it's a lot of hard work. So let me go on now. Now, we talk of communication in all its essence. What is communication? I'm sure if I'd asked, this question, some people will be dropping, your own responses. Communication is this, which is what you believe communication is, But it really is the process of exchanging information, ideas, thoughts, and feelings could be two individuals or groups. So it's just the process of exchanging information, ideas, thoughts, feelings. I'm just some of you wonder, feelings, yes. When you exchange feelings, also communication. We'll read about that. So once we talk about it, say that it is a mechanism through which we convey messages. We've heard the DG speak earlier. There's been messages passed to us. Mrs. Bankola has been speaking to us. They've been telling us, giving us messages about this fair. Okay, so communication, that's what they've been using, is communication, because they used to convey messages, whether verbally, non-verbally, or in written form. It's how we share information with each other or one another. It's how we talk, also how we listen. I'm sure some people don't know, listening, yes, listening is a form of communication. How we write. Now, we might not be writing, pen on paper. Our writing now really is electronically, right? Emails, sending emails, sending WhatsApp messages, sending SMSs. We write. And we even use body language. Talk about nonverbal body language to understand and express ideas. And the whole idea of communication is about getting your messages across so that the person that you're communicating with understands what you are saying. You that you are doing the communication, you know what you are saying. Sometimes people will just be talking, even they themselves don't know what they are saying. It's important that the person communicating and the person receiving the communication both understand each other. That's why we still talk about effective communication, which we'll see as we go along. Why is workplace communication important? Why has NECA decided to include Talking about workplace communication. We've come here for a fair now. We want a job. NECA, we just came here to get a job. Why are you telling us to learn about communication? See, they say when you get, your talent or your skill, maybe your academic qualifications or your skills will help you get you into the door. But what sustains you there? One of the things that will sustain, some of you will get jobs tomorrow. Some of you probably get jobs next week or next year or next month. I'm just saying. But once you get that job, what keeps you there? What keeps you there? If you don't know how to communicate properly, it can be the person's undoing. So that's why NECA wants to have a holistic preparation, for every one of us attending this job fair so that we are well prepared. If the company signs us up tomorrow, hey, we are good to go. They don't want any gap, we're just preparing people for the workplace. So when you talk about workplace communication, why is it important? We talked about what communication is. It's an exchange of ideas, thoughts, feelings, remember? Now, it's more than just speaking. It's not just to say, yes, I'm talking to you, I'm speaking now. Am I communicating? I would know until I find out if you have received effectively what I've said and you understand. So it's more than just speaking. It's also about listening. It's about understanding and conveying messages effectively. Now, note that word effectively. And when you have good communication, in the workplace or in your family or anywhere, amongst the group, amongst your alumni, or, amongst your group of people, it fosters teamwork. Because why do we have conflict sometimes in the office? This, I always say something, and when we speak and we are communicating and the other person doesn't receive what you are trying to say, it could cause quarrel. The next thing, no, he said this to me. And the person say, I didn't say that. And so it helps to, if you communicate properly, it fosters teamwork, it enhances productivity and minimizes misunderstandings. And if some of you are going to meet employers value strong communication skills, because it helps to contribute to a positive work environment. When employers have employees that are communicating well, they have good communication skills, they will pick someone and say, you go and do that presentation to this client. You come and do this report. Because they know that they have recognized that those employees have good and strong communication skills. So it helps to contribute to a positive work environment and, of course, leads to successful outcomes. So effective communication is linked to career advancement and professional growth. And I've said that is part of why NECA has included a session on workplace communication, because they want us to be able to communicate even from the point of applying for those jobs. Communication starts from that application letter you're writing or that cover letter you're writing. It starts from filling certain things in that form. It starts from when you're having that chat or that interview. Even before you get the job, it's all about, they're watching your communication. Here at Workforce, I work with Workforce. One of the things we really assess when we are doing recruiting and hiring, we assess also for communication skills. So when you've gone through, you go through the interviews and all that, we still have an assessment where you prepare a presentation. We are not only looking at the technicality of your presentation, the content, we're also saying, how do you present it? What did you write there? Are you able to present it properly? These are things that employers also look out for. So it is important that you take note of all these points that I'm making. Let's look at some of the types of workplace communication. The one we all know is verbal communication, right? Verbal communication, that is, speak clearly. In verbal communication, it's important to speak clearly, to speak articulately, and respectfully. Now, I'll dwell on the word respectfully in a bit. And this includes your tone of voice, your pitch, your pacing. We are Nigerians. I'm a Nigerian. I'm sure most of us here are Nigerians. We have a way of speaking in Nigeria. I don't want to say certain tribes. No. We generally, as Nigerians, we have a way of speaking. Sometimes we are trying to say something that the average, maybe foreigner, will say in a low tone voice. We are shouting. So tone of voice is important. How do you pass that message across? So not so much the what you are saying, but the how are you saying it? Some people have a friend who used to say, she would say, I should be saying something, and then you say, hey, say, I'm not shouting, that's the way I talk. No, the workplace doesn't think that's the way I am. That's why we get into the workplace. It's a refining process. It's a refining place. It's supposed to get better and better. So when you get into, for some of you who haven't probably worked before in a professional, environment, it's just take this as your first, you're signing on to, like when my university, FS, is 101, this course 101, because you're supposed to learn. So even if because we are products of where we're coming from, as our circumstances and things that have happened to us. So even if you used to shout, you are used to shouting, your voice is always high, your pitch is always high. No, there's a time to now, when you get into workspace, you have to moderate your tone. Now, that word respectful, verbal communication also means that you must speak respectfully. When you get into the workplace, you can, even if it's your colleague, I'm not now talking of not necessarily, of course, you must speak respectfully to your superiors, but even your peers and your subordinates. There are those magic words we always talk about. Who knows the magic words? Can you just put in the chat box? What are the magic words we talk about? Let me hear from you. The magic words. Does anybody know? Yeah? Okay. Guinea Kanwa. Raise your hand. What's that? One of my magic words. Yes. Can they unmute? Is it possible for them to unmute, Madam Adebola, or they should put in the chat box? Two participants have raised their hands. Okay, three.
Hello, ma.
Yes, okay.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
The first magic word is
Yes.
please excuse me. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Please excuse me. Thank you. I'm sorry, you missed. We said five.
Okay, you said five. Please excuse me. Thank you. Sorry. And pardon me. Yes, ma.
Okay, thank you. I can also see in the chat box. Thank you very much for that. Please, sorry, thank you. Yes, excuse me, pardon me. Thank you very much for the reason. And thank you for those of you who put in the chat box. Yes. So when you get into the workplace, you want something from your colleague. Please, can you please send me that mail? I need a report from you. Oh, thank you very much for giving me this report. That's communicate. That's how you speak in the workplace. You're not here to fight. You're not there to fight. I told you to send that report now, or send me that report, or you have it. No, that's not how you're supposed to speak in the workplace. Use the magic words. Okay, and we've heard the magic words. Please, excuse me, thank you. That word, thank you. I can say it to anybody. You get to the office in the morning, the security guy opens the door for you. Thank you. It doesn't mean that because he's a security guy, you will not communicate well with him. I open the gates now. No. Can you please open the gates? When he opens it, thank you. You get to the reception. Good morning. How are you today? Please, can you give me the details of the meeting tomorrow? Always use the magic words, irrespective of who you are talking to. Thank you very much for the contributions. Then we talk about non-verbal communication. I was saying some people don't know that communication can also be non-verbal. How you say something or what you say, with your body language. You're in a meeting, your boss called you for a meeting and you're frowning. You just look at me. you know, Ah, you're already communicating. Now, what are you doing by that? You're communicating to your boss that I don't want to be here. Or you are disturbing me by telling me to come for this meeting. Do you understand what I'm saying? Or you're making facial expression, you know. So it's important that you watch your body language when you're, even in communication, your facial expressions. You can be saying something, verbally and saying something else with your nonverbal expression. So please, you need to watch that because your nonverbal cues can convey as much or even more meaning than words alone. Watch how you say things, how you show yourself. Sometimes I'll be like, mm, no. It's not the kind of, because what you're saying by that is even if you say, when they now say, oh, you're supposed to be at this meeting. Okay. You have said okay verbally, right? But what have you done with your other expressions? Is saying, no, I don't want to be here. So you need to also watch your non-verbal communication, your body language. Now, written communication. A lot of us, especially in this age that we are in now because of social media and all that, there are, so many, what do they call those things now? No, just emojis, short forms of saying things, You write things and put and you say, ah, what is this? You say, oh, this is what it means. No, the workplace doesn't take, don't take that. That is for your social communication with your friends. How do you send your emails? How do you write reports? How do you write memos? It's important that when you send emails, write reports, any written communication, you must be clear and as professional as possible. Pay attention to your grammar. Pay attention to your punctuations. How do you format? When I'm going to put, sometimes they bring me a letter in the office and I say, no, go back and, put a line spacing here, 1.5 line spacing. No, move this up because it's important. The look and feel of your reports, your letters, your emails is also important. Thank God for now we have so many applications. We have Grammarly. So for grammar, when you've done, we're not some people say, English is not our mother tongue, but the language for the professional workspace is English. So please, you have to learn as much as possible. So you can even use Grammarly. Put together your and just run through Grammarly. Grammarly will help you correct. Yeah, there are so many other applications that you can use online to just check your grammar. Did I put the right punctuation here? And it's good, even on Microsoft Word, when you type, it will help you to show you, it's supposed to be the comma here. And, so please pay attention to your grammar, pay attention to your punctuation, your formatting of your letters, your emails, your memos, your reports. Because some of you are going to write reports to this that you even get to the CEO of the organization when you get that job. So make sure what you write, how you communicate says a lot about you. So that's some things you should pay attention to. Now I talk about effective communication. It also involves listening, active listening. When somebody is talking to you, you pay attention, you show empathy, and then you provide feedback. And this involves giving the speaker your full attention and, you avoid interruptions, ask clarifying questions. So when the person is talking, so know that somebody is talking and you're just, so I'm happy when I asked, about the 5 magic words, people feel that people are listening. I could see hands coming up. I could see, that was great. It made me happy. You are paying attention. That's what we need in communication, effective communication. When somebody is talking to you, that's not the time to start fiddling on your phones or you're looking everywhere, you're lost in thoughts. Pay attention to what the person is saying. And to show the person that you can hear, you can provide feedback. You can summarize, say, okay, so you mean that the boss will be leaving at 5 p.m. That means you're paying attention. From what you said, I gather that this is this. Don't interrupt the person. Some people have it's a bad habit. So me, I say it's a bad habit. And I know some people that do it. Somebody is talking to you, telling you something. Yes. And like this, no, don't interrupt the person. Let the person talk. When the person takes a pause, then you can say, sorry, can I ask some of the questions? Oh, go ahead to ask. Especially in the workplace, it's very important that you avoid interrupting people speaking to you and ask clarifying questions. I hope you're all following. If you are following, please let me see yes in the chat box. I want to make sure I'm communicating and I'm not speaking to myself. In the chat box, let me just hear yes, say yes. Thank you. If you are following me, let me just say yes, yes. Oh, awesome, awesome. You are all wonderful. I love this. In fact, I love this audience. You are wonderful people. These participants, you are set for the top. I can see that you already started communicating. You are listening actively. Thank you very much for your contributions. Thank you for your responses. You are all set for the top. I have no doubts. When you finish today's session of all these things we are teaching you, the sky is your limit. In fact, the sky is not your limit, it's the beginning, okay? Thank you very much for your responses. Now let's talk about effective communication strategies. Now, it's important that you remember that you have to be clear in your communication and concise. Avoid jargon. Some people are going from Ikoyi to VI. Maybe they are going from Ikoyi to, let me say, a place in VI. They will now go from Ikoyi for maybe Falomo, they will first go to Surulere. I'm talking about their communication. No? They will go to Surulere, get to National Stadium. They will turn around the roundabout. They are going to VIU, just a straight road from Ikoyi. I mean, if you just climb the bridge, you get into Ademali, the road, Ozombamba, and then in VI. No, they will first go to Surulere. Please, what are you trying? Someone will say, okay, please, can you just get to the point? That's jargon. And you see, when you do that, you lose people because the main essence of what you're trying to say will get lost. The person or the people you're communicating with will get lost. Where is this person going really? She has taken us from Surulere, from Ikoyi, we have entered Surulere, we have almost entered Aguda. Before we come back, and we are still going to SBI, we are going to hear. So just go straight to the point. Don't go around, round and round in circles. Don't ramble. Use simple language. Okay? So before you speak, organize your thoughts. Before you speak or before you write, eliminate unnecessary information. The same way I've said is don't go to Surulere when you are going to Ikoyi to VI. That's the same way. In the workspace, sometimes you can write a report over and over and over again. You are the one that will write it. You will cancel it, you read it again. Sometimes give your colleague to read. Can you please help me read this? I do that. I give my TAs on the line, Adebola. She reads something for me. Let me check. This thing I wrote. Is it, you know, because I know that sometimes depends on how the train of your thoughts, you may not, then when you read it over and over again, or you organize your thoughts, you are better able to write, what you want to write and be able to communicate it well. Don't put unnecessary information. The same way I talked about the going to Surulere when you're just going to VI here. Just go straight to the point. Use simple language. I know some of you, I don't want to mention any names. There's some people that you hear, they will use all the big grammar. We have to get a dictionary. When they say, if they want to say a simple word as trying to think of one word. Maybe somebody can help me. And then you will use the big one of this. No, use simple language, as simple as possible, so that people understand. You're not there to do a PhD. You're not trying to, you're not doing a PhD in linguistics. All right? Use simple language, avoid jargons. Then secondly, the second strategy in effective communication is practice active listening. This is one area that, like I said, a lot of people don't realize. They feel that communication is just speaking. I'm speaking to the other person. I'm speaking to a group of people. But practice active listening. Listen attentively. So when I said, even your body language, when the person is talking to you, you're looking at the person, you're not distracted, looking all over. And then you ask clarifying questions. Okay, you just said that we should log on at 9 a.m. Do you mean that the session starts at 9 a.m. then? Just ask clarifying questions. Person can say, oh, yes, the session starts at 9 a.m., so you need to have logged on by 9 a.m. And then you can also paraphrase. From what you've said, and then you do that a lot when you're maybe with your boss. Your boss has called you to his office and he has given you a list of things to do. I know sometimes because we have so much, the boss has so much to just throw out. You can say, okay, thank, by the end of the commission, thank you, sir, or thank you, ma. In summary, what you said, just to make sure I captured everything, you just summarize what he or she said. It shows that you are listening. If it's in professional space, you see, I have my notebook with me. I don't go for any meeting without a notebook. It's a taboo because your boss calls you, please come up to my office. You are grabbing your notebook. You don't know what he or she wants to say. So immediately you are jotting down. In fact, when you are jotting down to the person speaking to you, your boss, it shows that, oh, this person is listening attentively, is taking notes. And you are showing interest through body language and verbal cues. Because they will not tell you something that you're supposed to express shock at and you're just blank. Maybe they tell you that, oh, God forbid, we just, lost a big business of what, of course, you're supposed to show empathy and say, oh my goodness. But when your boss says that, you're just looking, what does that mean? You don't even care. Or you are not listening. Either you're not listening or you don't care that the company has just lost a big business. So your body language, your verbal cues. Oh, wow. I'm so sorry to hear that, sir. How did that happen? What can we do? It shows that you are listening. So don't just be blank. All right. And of course, this word again, be respectful. Treat everyone you meet in the workplace with courtesy and professionalism, whether your superiors, your subordinates, your peers. Treat everybody with courtesy and professionalism, regardless of differences. I say something. I'm a Nigerian. I'm sure you heard my name. My name is NECA. And we're all Nigerians. Oh, well, I think we're all Nigerians. So if there's anybody that's not from Nigeria, you're welcome. Or we're all from different either tribes or races and all that. I always say something. Everybody has an accent too. When I say everybody, every tribe. So no tribe is superior to the other in terms of how we speak. Some people say, the Yoruba people, they like to shout. Oh, the Igbo people, they like to, or the Yoruba people, they like to say, oh. Some of the Igbo people, they are too forceful. And the Hausa people, no. In the workspace, we are all one. We have differences. See, when they say there's beauty in diversity, we are all different. So those accents, of course, as we come to the workplace, we will start working on that, on our accent so we can speak better. But don't say that, don't look down on anybody because of, oh, this person is from this tribe and I don't like this tribe, or this person is from this religion. So we're not going to include, oh, we are Christians here, or we are Muslims here, we're not going to, no. Use inclusive language. Don't make any assumptions. Use inclusive language. Include everybody, when you are doing that. All right? I hope I'm making sense. I hope we are getting one or two tips. I hope I'm getting, we'll soon be done. I'm just trying to make sure I pass this message across because I'm looking forward to seeing you all, in your new offices, communicating well. It will make me proud if tomorrow NECA says, out of our, applicants, this number have received jobs, gotten jobs, and they are excellent communicators, in addition to, of course, the other skills you'll be learning. Now, also continue the strategies for effective communication. It's important to choose the right medium when you're communicating. There are different channels or media for different types of communication. It's important to look at what is the appropriate communication channel to use for different situations. Some communication you want to pass across may require an email. Some will not require an email. Some will require a phone call. Some will require face-to-face, communication. So when you're looking at what channel do I use, it's important to consider factors like urgency, complexity, what's the preference of the recipients. There are some situations, even my team members know, I'll say, no, don't send an email first. Call the person first. Discuss with the person. Then you can see, if the person says you can send an email. Because some things you want to discuss, you have to just say it offline first. Because once you send that email, it's like you put a stamp on it. Bam, official. Some things may need to sort out, maybe a client, a partner, or whatever. And you first say call, you sort it out. Okay. Should I send an email? Okay. Or they say, I'll send an email to that effect. Or do bother send an email. And also, maybe it depends on urgency. If you have an urgent situation at hand, you're not going to start sending an email at that time. You first place a phone call because it's urgent. You want to first tell the person, please, can you get on this? We need HMO services now. There was about 2 weeks ago or something. My boss called me. We need an ambulance for somebody. I just got on the phone. I didn't start sending an email to our HMO. Please call the HMO people. We need an ambulance. So we first did verbal communication on the phone. It was later we now sent an email. When they said, okay, so at least we put it on record that we made a request. So you look at things like urgency, how complex, how complex is the thing you want to say? And then maybe sometimes the preference of recipients, some people say, just send me an SMS or just send me an email. Or don't send me an email, just call me, So also look at what's the preference of your recipients. Then in communication, one of the strategies is feedback. It is said that feedback is the breakfast of champions. I don't know how many of you have heard that before. In communicating, it's important to give and receive feedback. Some people are not very good at receiving feedback. They say, you feel the person is putting you down. Now, it depends on how that feedback is given. Feedback could be constructive or destructive. Please, my dear job seekers, my dear colleagues on the line, when you are offering feedback, make sure it's constructive. Okay? In fact, when we say give out, you first say the positive before you say the negative. Oh, you did this well. You did 1, 2, 3 well. Thank, very good. Well done. That was excellent. However, it's important that you look more at your 4 and 5. You need to work on, that way, the person knows that, oh, you've shown that the positives, you've actually recognized the positives before saying this, and then you did not say this 4 and 5, you did not do it well. No, you are not good at it. No, I think you need to work on, there's certain areas you need to work on 4 and 5. So yeah, and then I think it would be good for you to sign on for a course in this to help you with your communication skills. That way, you're giving constructive feedback. Okay, you're giving constructive feedback. Give feedback that will help to build the person up, not help to put the person down, kill the morale of the person. And also, you should also be open to receiving feedback in your communication. If somebody says, oh, you're talking too fast, don't say, that's the way I talk. That's the way I talk since I was born. No, you don't do that in the workplace. I speak fast, naturally. But because I am aware of that, I'm conscious of that, we say I talk about emotional intelligence, I know that I have to slow down. If I'm really excited, I'm saying something, I will speak so fast. And if somebody calls my attention, say, no, you are speaking too fast, I'll say, oh, I'm sorry. Let me pace myself. So please be open to receiving feedback because it helps you to grow and to improve. I said communication is a constant process, learning, but you're always learning. There's nobody that is a perfect communicator. Everybody is still learning. So you focus on behaviors and outcomes rather than personal attributes. Don't focus on people's attributes and say, see how this one that is looking like this, what can she say? No. What is the outcome? Then adapt to your audience. Please tailor your communication style to suit different individuals, okay, and context. You might not use a one slide fits all, okay? Consider factors. What's the cultural background? There are certain things you will not say to certain cultures. I said, at least for my Nigerian audience, in Nigeria, we know there are certain things you don't say to certain people, okay? In fact, I was reading somewhere recently, I read recently, where they said, even not in Nigeria, but they said, even saying somebody looks sexy is sexual, what's that thing now? Sexual assault, what's that thing? So there's something that we take for granted. You come to the office, yes, pardon my S word. You're looking sexy. No. Mm-mm. No, no. Some people will take it very, very, very seriously against you. So consider the cultural background. Okay? Consider the culture of your organization. There are certain things you cannot say to certain people. Okay? Don't say to somebody who ties and he wears a hijab or something, and say something that derides or derogates the person's religion. No. Remember, we're all diverse. In the workplace, you have diverse people from diverse backgrounds, diverse religions, diverse personalities, diverse family backgrounds, all coming together. So please be careful in how you communicate. Look at the person's personality. Some people will get upset at certain things you say. Some people, if you just mention their father's name, you say, you're abusing my father. So be conscious of such things. So in Nigeria, we have all those idiosyncrasies. You're abusing my father. Maybe you did not say anything. You just, what did I say now? Did I abuse your father? So be conscious of these things and consider those things. And also consider organizational hierarchy. Okay? You don't say, I know in Nigeria, and of course, depends, look at the context and the culture of your organization before you know how to speak to people's superiors. Some organizations now use first name basis. I tell people, call me NECA. Some organizations, they don't want you to call them by their first name. So please watch out. Whichever organization you now get a job with, if you say, madam or Mrs. Bankole, Mrs., don't just say, hello, hi, Adebola. No, it's wrong. Or hi, Adenike. Good morning, madam. Be polite. Let them be the one to say, no, please, you don't have to call me madam. You can call me Adenike. You can call me Adebola. You can call me Shukurat. Or you can call me Indamola. Okay, so please look at the culture of the organization, the cultural background of the person you're speaking to. There are certain cultures, even the first name basis that we are doing, they still don't agree in the workplace. I remember I think I was even at NECA CHR, one of the meetings we had. And it was a lovely argument because I was saying it was a constructive argument and I enjoyed it because it was this issue of first name basis. And one head of HR said, no, how can one little child that is my not even up to the age of my son be calling me by my name? So please watch out for that because the person's culture doesn't agree, to that. There are certain cultures in the Yoruba culture, I know, if the person is 1 day older, the person is your senior. So don't say that, hi. No, tailor your communication style to suit the individuals and the hierarchy. Good morning, sir. Good morning, madam. If the worst case, good morning, ma'am. Some places, even if where they say first name basis, you still, in fact, because of your cultural, you're not even able to, your mouth cannot even pronounce that first name. So call the person, you can do, some will say, okay, then do initials. So you can say, good morning, Annie. If you don't want to call me NECA, you say, how can I call? My mother's maid. Good morning, NE. Some people accept that. So just check the culture of the organization. The hierarchy is very important so that they don't say you're being rude. We talk about being respectful in our communication. Now, what are the common challenges? These are just some of the challenges defined in communication. Like I talked about so much about culture, language barriers. We might have that now. English, like I said, is the professional language or the language of the professional workspace. So nobody's going to come into an option and start speaking Yoruba or Igbo or Hausa or Edo or I don't know, Asian language. No. Once you leave your languages at home, I often tell my team when they start speaking, I say, please, can you speak English? Because English is the common, because you know what you're doing? If you now start speaking your own language, what are you saying to the other people? That is not their language. That they okay, if everybody starts speaking their language in the workplace, what happens? There will be confusion, there will be cacophony. So please, language barriers is to avoid that, just speak English. Okay? That's why I say address cultural and linguistic differences respectfully. Just speak English and use simple language. Don't use idiomatic expressions. Please, okay? Now, misinterpretation is another challenge. You see this thing called the mobile phone, and this thing that we all seem to communicate with me. Sometimes I'm chatting with somebody. I'll say, can we call this? Because the chat can lead to quarrel at the end of the day. But, there's a way you will write something. The other person will not understand it like that. The next thing, say, see what you said to me. And you're like, what did I say? Go and check your chat. Go and check don't happen to anybody here. Go and check your chat. Okay, sexual harassment. Thank you very much. Go and check your chats. And you would read your chats. You read it. What did I say now? So for me, I like to just have that verbal communication so that nobody will say, as I was chatting, I said something wrongly. Because it's always important that you clarify your messages, avoid assumptions. Okay? And it's also when you're communicating, somebody has said something to you, before you react, the person may say, that's not what I meant. I meant this. You say, oh, maybe you would have gotten upset at the person. So avoid assumptions, confirm understanding, use active listening techniques, and encourage feedback. I said feedback is the breakfast of champions. So please encourage feedback. Okay? Did you listen? Did you hear what I said well? Did I communicate clearly? Is there any area? That's why we always allow for questions and answers, so that if there's anything that was not clear, please, I'm ready to provide clarity. So please, these are just some of the common challenges that we encounter when we're communicating. Also, emotional intelligence. See this emotional intelligence, all of us, including myself, we all need it. I don't know. I'm sure NECA would have had it because it's a wide topic. It's not a topic we can finish in. If they had put emotional intelligence in today's session, we can't finish it because emotional intelligence, and it's something that we have to constantly keep learning and reading about. So please, I will encourage everybody at the end of today's virtual sessions, go online. You can either go to YouTube and listen to people speak about emotional intelligence, teach about emotional, or get a book about emotional intelligence. We need it. You see, emotional intelligence, we need it. In the workplace, that's one of the things that will help you succeed and avoid complications as much as possible. Of course, in addition to your performance on the job, these are soft skills. We're not talking about technical skills. Technical skills, you have to do your work well. You will not be emotionally intelligent and then not do your work well. So the two have to go hand in hand. When you have emotional intelligence, which we all must have to succeed in the workplace, it helps us to manage our emotions effectively. The first thing is self-awareness. Be aware of yourself. I said, when you know this is how you are, the workplace is a school. You keep learning because you're mixing with different people. You keep learning. So the way you came in on day one, you should, by the time you assess yourself after 1 year, should not be the same way you were on day one. You must have learned and refined certain areas. Communication is one of them. Emotional intelligence is one of those areas. Because when you know yourself, you are self-aware, right? Then you are able to, then you understand or know the other people. Then that way, it's easier for you to interact and communicate with people. Manage your emotions effectively. Remain calm under pressure. Empathize with others' perspectives. When you say manage your emotions effectively, some of us come to the office. We just finished quarreling with our landlord. That same anger, you bring it to the office. When you talk to simply don't talk to me, I'm just leave me alone. No. You have quarreled with landlord. Landlord is at home. You have you're not in the office. So yeah, remove that, put that one outside. Come back. Manage your emotions. Okay. Don't quarrel at every slight thing. Even sometimes I tell my mom, why are people quarreling? What is the big deal? Can't you just resolve these things? And I was supposed to send that schedule. You didn't send the schedule. Now look at this. You must still quarrel. Manage your emotions. Okay. So please, these are some of the things you should do. Practice self-awareness, empathy. Put yourself in the other person's shoes. That's empathy. This person did not send the schedule. Maybe had issues, challenges trying to come up with the schedule. Maybe something happened to, let me find out. Before you start quarreling, oh, so did you have a challenge trying to send the schedule? I was actually waiting for it. But you might not find out that the person actually had maybe a technical issue. There was a glitch. You mean why you would have gotten upset? You now come back and say, oh, I didn't know that. That time, because you have been too annoyed, they have said what you shouldn't say. If you even say sorry now, it'll be difficult. Why don't you avoid all that? So please, one of the homeworks, I always give homeworks at the end of my own sessions. Number one, hope you promise me that you go and learn about emotional intelligence. I said it's a topic that you cannot finish in one day. So please go on YouTube, go online, read up about emotional intelligence, and then apply to yourself. There are different, about 5, yeah. Just read up and then keep applying the different aspects of it to yourself. That will help you. I'm telling you, to help you immensely. You come back to tell us later in NECA, at NECA, that it's true. I need emotional intelligence because we all need it in the workplace. Okay, then conflict resolution. You always have conflicts. Even twins that came out of the same womb, at the same, maybe 1 hour difference or 1 minute, they quarrel, they have conflicts. Talk less of, may have be people from different diverse backgrounds, but there will always be conflicts in the workplace. But I make sure that when you're addressing these conflicts, address them openly. Don't go and start forming cliques and you not go and call the group and see what she did. The next thing, the black group has already taken the other person as an enemy. Meanwhile, no, this is what happened. Yeah, let's talk about it. It's like negotiation. What do they call it? Mediation or arbitration. Just come, let's come to the ground. Yeah, you said this. Okay, sorry that I did not know being there. And then you sort it out. Seek common ground. Focus on finding solutions. In any time there is a conflict, what is the end game? Solution. How do you just look for solution? All right. Use active listening and communication techniques, such as I statements and then reframing. How do we now improve on our communication skills? I'm about to end this session. I hope I've been making some sense because this is, I think, the second to the last slide. So please drop your questions in the chat box. I'm willing to take your questions. If you need any clarity anywhere, I'm willing to take them. Okay. Thank you for listening so far. I'm very pleased with this audience. Now, how do we now improve? We've learned all these things about what communication is, how to communicate effectively. Okay, I will take your question, Obama. Let me just finish. I'll take your question after this next slide. How do we now improve our communication skills? I told you, nobody is a perfect communicator. How many of you used to like listening to Obama in those days? How many of you? See, my hand is up. I love the way Obama used to speak. Even the American presidents normally, they speak, they're like orators. When they mount that podium, they'll just be, and they will not be, most of them, they're not even reading a script. And by the time they finish speaking, and even you that listen, you are charged up. What they're saying makes you excited. Even you're not an American. In this our little Lagos, we are listening to him on CNN or something, and we are charged up because they speak well. It doesn't come overnight. Remember, I said at the beginning, it's a process. So first thing is practice, practice, practice. We've learned certain things. I hope you are taking notes as I was speaking. Okay, when you get back home today, because after the session, because you're going to be meeting with employers tomorrow, potential employers, some of you might just get that job. So please, I want you to communicate well tomorrow when you attend the live session. Engage in role-playing exercises. So call your sister, your brother, your friend at home, your mother, your father, anybody that you can, use as a, practice board, and say, please, I want to say something. Let me know. I've learned these things about communication today. Okay, these are the points. Please give me feedback when I finish. Have role plays, constantly and continuously refine your communication style. Some people, you see, so I'm speaking, I'm either modulating my pitch inflection, I'm inflecting, either sometimes I go high, sometimes I come low. Imagine if I was speaking since I started this session, I was just saying, engage in role-playing exercises, seek feedback, continuously refine. What would that be? Just maintaining one pitch, one tone of voice. Some of you will sleep off on me now. Because there are when you talk about communication, there are certain times that you have to make your tone a bit higher, certain times you bring it down because you're trying to emphasize a point. You see, so there are different things. Of course, it doesn't come overnight. I'm still work in progress. I'm still practicing. I'm still trying to improve on my communication. So, and some people might think, she's speaking so well. I'm still learning, to be honest. So nobody should feel that, I'm behind. Oh, see how she's talking. No. Okay, so please practice, practice, practice. Set goals. As there are setting goals in different areas, also set goals related to communication and then track your progress over time. Open a journal. Okay, these are the things I learned. I want to work on this area. So just identify which area do I need help with? Which area do I need to work on? I've learned certain things. Okay, I need to work on this area. In your journal, week one, by end of week one, have I made any progress? What have I done to improve on myself? Okay. Then also seek professional development. Please attend workshops. I'm happy that a lot of you signed on to this, attend this event today. There are workshops, there are seminars, there are online courses that you can, just attend to help enhance your communication skills. Look for opportunities to learn from experts and peers in your field. You can look for a mentor. Tell somebody that you think that you like the person with the person communicates. Please, I want you to mentor me. It's like in public speaking. But always, like, as you're developing yourself academically, in other areas, professionally, also please just develop yourselves professionally in terms of how you speak, how you communicate. Then thirdly, reflect and learn. Time to assess your communication strengths. I can look, I said open a journal. So I hope that today's session, we have a book you're writing in. So in that book, look at it. So say, okay, this day we did talk about communication skills in the workplace, right? Now look at what are my strengths. I've learned certain things. NECA has told me certain things today. Which ones do I think I do well? Of course, like I said, have somebody to bounce it off. Maybe your sibling, because they know you best, or your friend or your best friend, or maybe your sibling, because your best friend may not want to, but your sibling. What do you think I do well? How do you think I communicate? Which strengths do you think I have in communication? Put, okay, which areas do you think I need to work on? Those are the areas for improvement. Write it down. Then commit to ongoing growth. What am I going to do? Action point. How am I going to address those areas that I'm not doing well so I can be a better communicator? Keep a communication journal to track your experiences and insights. Oh, today I learned, because like I said, attend workshops, there are so many online sessions, seminars and all that. So today you can add in your journal, I attended this, I learned something new about communication. Of course, there are so many other things I could teach you here, but because of the time, we're just going to they're talking on the basics, okay? So in conclusion, and as I conclude, I'm going to say certain action points. Effective communication is a vital skill in the workplace. I said at the beginning, it starts from even that application you are sending, that cover letter. How you communicate in that cover letter is important. When they invite you for a chat or an interview, how do you communicate? Whether virtual or a physical and on-site interview, it's important to watch your communication. Don't be nervous. I know sometimes some of us will get to interviews and we are nervous. That is what helps you build this. Have good communication skills. It helps you build confidence. You're able to speak at that interview. Okay, so it's a very vital skill you need in the workplace. It enables collaboration, enables innovation, and professional success. By improving your communication skills and embracing continuous improvement, you can thrive in any professional setting. So I hope, as we've all listened to me today, I'm charging everyone here to commit today that you will improve your communication skills. So my call to action for you today, before I go to question and answer, I said open a journal, number one, right? In fact, you must have a journal for today, of course, a notebook for today's session. There are still so many, my colleagues online are going to still take you on so many other rich sessions. So please make sure that, as we've talked about communication, all the other sessions, to jot down certain points. And then I told you track. You see, I have a notebook here. I'm always in my notebook. Track. For some of you, it may not be okay. I know that we're in the online generation, right? If it's online you want to use, some of you have apps. You can download the app you want to use or have, on your notes on your phone. But please, whatever you do, first, my charge to you, number one, identify your areas of strength in communication. What do you do well in communication? Number two, and these are questions, I hope you're taking it notes. Number two, areas for improvement. Which areas do I need to improve? And I'm sure on everybody's number one should be emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence doesn't only apply to communication, it applies to so many other facets of your life in the workplace. So number one, areas of strength in communication. My areas of strength in communication are this. Some people say, oh, I speak clearly. oh, I speak articulately. Or, just whatever it is, just think about it. You can ask at home, what do you think I do well in terms of communication? Then what areas do I need to improve on? Then number 3 question, what am I going to do starting from today, 14th of May, 2024, to improve on my communication skills? And set timelines. Anything that is not tracked cannot get monitored. So please set timelines. If you say I'm going to attend at least one workshop or one online session a month or a week, please write it down. So set SMART goals. You know what they call SMART goals? Specific, measurable, achievable. So set timelines, okay? So that you can track your growth or your improvements. So at this point, I would like to say thank you to each and every one of you for listening to me. I hope I've made some sense, and I hope you've been able to get a few tips. I will take some of your questions, and I will hand over, as I take your questions, I hand over to Madam Adebola Bankole to coordinate that. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Madam NECA. Thank you so, so much. We cannot thank you enough. The session has been mind-blowing. Everybody will agree with me that your delivery was engaging, informative, and entertaining at the same time. Your presentation style is fully impressive, really. So we appreciate you. You broke down those complex processes. You broke them down to our level, and we all now know the best way to communicate. I can agree with you that I can attest to it that everyone on this call knows now that our body languages have a way of communicating. You are saying something, you are doing something else. Those are two different things. So we must agree as we speak, our body languages also must agree with what we are saying. Thank you so much. Please, can you help me give Madam NECA your emojis of thank you? Please clap for her. Workplace communication, 100% on point. We have questions. Some questions have been thrown in the chat box, and I'll take them. I have about 5 of them. Okay, so everybody's saying thank you in the chat box. We appreciate you, ma. So the first question in the chat box is, somebody's asking, is there any book you would like to recommend for us to improve our communication style, communication skill, our way of communicating? Is there any book that you can readily recommend for us on the call?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your appreciation. I'm seeing all the thank you messages. Thank you very much. Now, in terms of a book, there is no specific one that comes to mind right now. There are so many books. But what I can do, I will send some topics of some books out before the close of today's session. So I'll send them and they'll be displayed on the chat box.
Thank you very much, ma. I'll go to the next question. It says, please, is it bad for one to be a slow communicator? Is it bad for one to be a slow communicator? I don't know in what context this person is asking. Maybe it's the way this person speaks, or maybe it is I really don't know, but you will be able to enlighten us. That,
Thank you for that question. So when you say slow communicator, that I want to presume that you mean that you speak slowly. So the opposite of, I said I speak fast. So you speak slowly. People are saying, I like to go out. Is that what you mean? Now, if you mean that, like I said, communication is keep improving. So it's so important in improving your pitch, your tone. You also try to improve on your speed a bit. The same way I try to moderate my own fast way of speaking. It does not going to happen overnight. So please don't hit yourself. Okay? Which is why we said role plays, engage in role plays. So it's not going to happen overnight, but you can keep working on it. I want to speak a bit faster than I speak. There are people who were stammerers years ago. Now, you'll be surprised when they are talking. You won't believe that they used to stammer at a point in time. It comes from, so there's a deliberate effort. I speak to, because the workplace, unfortunately, workplace is most times a fast-paced place. And some people, if you speak slowly, too slowly, they're not patient enough to hear, what you want to say, because they're like, oh, can she get to what she's saying, or can he get to what he's saying? So just practice, like I talked about practice on improving your speed a bit, okay? So it's not a bad thing, but it's something the same way, opposite of, like I said, opposite of slow, then just try and practice. Now on the book, there's Unleash the Power of Storytelling. Win hearts. I'll put in the chat box, or I'll tell my Adebola, please put in the chat box for you. Please check the chat box for some topics of books. There's Unleash the Power of Storytelling. Win hearts, change minds, get results by Rob Basenbach. There's also a book called 5 Stars, The Communication Secrets to get from good to great. 5 stars, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, by Carmen Gallo. There's another one called We Need to Talk, How to Have Conversations That Matter. So you please check the chat box. You will see the titles of 3 books there that can help you in your communication. Thank you, Madam Adebola.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Matt. So many questions coming in, but we'll not be able to take all those questions. But I'll just take one last one. And
Okay.
I think it's important that we take this. This person says, what should I do in a case whereby my message is misinterpreted? Maybe in the course of communicating, probably is the way of communication, or as it appears, it comes across to the person, maybe got interpreted along the line. So what should this person do?
Okay, so when I talked about the channels of communication, and I said, I gave an example where I said, I don't like to send, there are certain times when there's certain things I'm discussing, I don't want to send it by chats because I know it could be misinterpreted. So please, in such a case, right, check why are my messages being interpreted? Is it because of the medium I'm using? So first get to the root cause. Is it because of the medium I'm using? Is it what I am saying or how I am saying it? So if you understand why it's been misinterpreted, if it is what you are saying, then please check what you say. We said before you communicate, read, before you send some things, collect your thoughts, gather your thoughts, read. Thing I'm about to say, if I say it like this, what will it connote? You can even bounce it off somebody before you say it. So it depends on what the scenario is. If it's in the workspace and you're going to present something, you're going to say something, to maybe your boss or something, you can discuss with your colleague. What do you think? How do you think this sounds? Before you say it. It's like they say, don't send an email when you're angry. Because in that anger, someone like me, as they hot, like they say, I will just be typing it. But when you've typed that and you've poured out on your anger, you now call your colleague, can you please read this email? Say, no, don't send it now. No, this one is too strong. This one. That's why, sometimes you get misinterpreted. So please first check what is the root cause. Why are my messages being interpreted? You can even ask 1 or 2 people. Sometimes you don't understand what I'm saying. Is it what I'm saying or how I said it? Then that way you now know how to address it.
I'll read it, then you should share his presentation.
Okay, so I hope that answers that question.
Thank you very, very much. I think this Obama Osfall raising up his hand. I
Yes.
think you actually asked him or her to hold on to
Yes,
your
so
tongue.
let's take Obama's question because he or she
Okay,
raised
can
her
you
hand.
unmute this Obama Osfall so that he can ask his question? Obama Osfall, you have the floor. Please ask your question.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
Yes, it's all about the misinterpretation. I was in a situation where my boss communicated something to another boss of mine, and she asked me to put it on a mail. But before I put it on a mail, I had to call this other boss of mine and ask him if this is what he said, and if it's he said no, that was not what he said. So what I did now was, after making the call, I put it on a mail. I announced it, dear so, as discussed via phone
Beautiful.
call. So is it a proper thing to do? Because somehow it's just like when you do that, you are indicting the person. So I don't know, is it something that is proper? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So you see, you mentioned earlier that the boss said no, that was not what he or she said. I don't know if your boss is male or female, right? So imagine if you had sent that email with that what you thought you heard. That would have been, and you have fallen on your head because your boss would deny you and say, I did not tell you, this is not what I told you. Okay. Some bosses, yes, might feel that, oh, if you send an email and say just to clarify, but honestly, to be on the safe side, it's always better. So you are clarifying, please just to confirm. Now the boss may respond, or the person you sent it to may respond or not, but it's safer because you have captured it and say, please can just sent a summary. You can say I sent a summary. It's like when you go for a meeting, say, oh, our understanding of the meeting, our understanding of your request. Can you please confirm if this is captured properly? It's because in the workplace is I don't want to use the word, is a it's a survival game, please. Okay, let me use that word, survival, please. So there are certain things that you may do. You might think, before I go and say this. And yes, you might say something or send something out, and your boss will deny you. You'll be the one to, because you are the subordinate. So, but if you have sent it to him or her, just to clarify, he might say, don't put it in an email. Maybe doesn't want to put an email, but you send it for clarification's sake, so that you don't bear the brunt of any miscommunication and you did not interpret wrongly, to be sure that you didn't interpret the message given to you wrongly. So yes, it's okay to send an email, but please just check we said different contexts, check the organizational context and the context of the person you're sending the mail to, or your boss, so that, you don't get into trouble too and say, what is he trying to do? Is he trying to put me on the spot? Or you go and sit down with him or her with a notebook and say, okay, just to capture. And then when you finish, say it again verbally. You read what you wrote out, So that's how you handle such. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very, very much, Ma. I am sure you have answered his question. Thank you so much. Our time is fast spent, and we have to move on to the next facilitator now. Thank you so much, Ma. We'll
Thank
see you
you.
tomorrow physically.
Yes, by His grace.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Ma.
you, everybody, for listening to me. Thank you for your participation and your active listening. I know some of you listened actively. Thank you so much. I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow, and I wish you all the best. Please come up with your A game. Come with your A game tomorrow. And remember, communicate well and effectively. Thank you. Have a nice rest of the session. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you. The next facilitator we'll be bringing on board is Mr. Michael Alasa. I'd like to share my screen so you can see his profile. Please confirm if you can see my screen. Mr. Michael Alasa is an accomplished senior HR professional and strategic management consultant with versatile experience across various industries, including aviation, automotive, banking, oil and gas, FMCG, financial services, fintech, transport and logistics, healthcare, and HR technology. As a thoughtful leader and collaborative partner, Michael takes a strategic approach to managing human capital and organizational development. He has an excellent track record of driving employee experience, leadership development, performance management, and transformational change. Currently, Michael serves as Chief Operating Officer of Backskill Limited, a global HR talent solutions firm focused on talent empowerment, verification, and visibility to prospective employers and recruiters across Africa, Europe, and the United States. He previously held roles including chairman and vice chairman of the Association of Elite HR Professionals, AEHRP committees, He also served as Director of Strategy and Partnerships for Arise Africa Global Alliance, Africa Continent, Advisory Board Member of Talent Exchange Network Zimbabwe, and other various senior HR leadership positions. He is the founder of Recruiting Consulting Limited, which had executed businesses outside and within Africa. He studied psychology at the Obafemi Awolowo University, furthered with industrial and labor relations, specialization in doing business across the world and international human resources management. He is also a fellow of the Institute of Management Consultants Nigeria, a full member of Human Resources Rendezvous, Organization Leadership and Development Network, Nigeria Chapter, Association of Elite Human Resource Professionals, and an associate member of the Institute of Strategic Management, ISMA Nigeria. He has received a lot of recognition, such as the Industry Merit Award, Award for Outstanding Performance, Superior Dedication and Positive Attitude on the Job, Excellence in Execution Award for Exceptional Execution Capability, Inspirational Leadership Award, Recognition Award for Top 50 Africa Career Influencer Award, CIA. Michael is passionate about nurturing future African business talents and leaders with a global perspective, leveraging innovative approaches to problem solving and commitment to uplifting African enterprises. With his depth of expertise and ability to develop strategic HR frameworks that drive organizational success, Michael is a trusted advisor to executive leadership teams. He is a champion of participative management, which encourages learning, increased productivity, and employee engagement across diverse workforces. So I leave you in the hands of the professional, Michael Alasa, to take us on CV preparation and review. You have the floor, Mr. Michael. Mr. Michael?
All right, good morning, everyone. I was actually muted before. Please, can you hear me? Please confirm if you could hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Michael.
All right, okay. Okay, so it's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for having me here on this platform. And it's so nice to see everyone here. Yeah, I can see you. Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for actually coming on board, being part of NECA job fair for this year. And I'm very sure it's going to be an amazing experience for every one of you. So thank you very much for joining. And of course, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. So please, next slide. So we'll be talking about CV preparation and of course, reviewing how we should actually make our own portfolio meaningful and well strategic. They've actually said a little bit about me. Just actually, that's a setup, right, Adebola? That's a setup. But this is just a brief information about me. I'm actually a career management consultant. I'm a non-executive director and board advisor. I'm a senior HR practitioner, an OD specialist, corporate strategist, a deep thinker, strategic partner, an amazing project manager. I'm very meticulous, actually, action and results oriented. And lastly, I'm passionate about human capital development across Africa. Yeah, I can see you all. Good morning. Good morning. It's a great pleasure to actually see you, everyone here. So straight to the point, introduction. Okay, next slide. So we are talking about CV and resume, right? I hope we are ready. Are we ready? Okay, so please just comment in the comment section box that you're ready. Let me see that you're ready. Okay, yes, we are. Victoria, I can see you. Titi Lopez Zainab. Okay, good. Awesome, awesome. And please have your CV beside you. Your hard copy CV beside you, or your digital CV beside you, because we are going to dig in a lot of information here today. And of course, we are going to rub minds together. But first thing I would like to talk about we as talents, right? We are talents. I don't see us as job seekers. We are talents because we have what it takes, to be what we want to be, in life. So we are more than just being a job seeker. When you're a talent, you're strategic, you know what you're going for. And of course, you know how best you'll be able to achieve it. When you are well informed, you're well shared with, and you're well given a lot of information on how to navigate through. The first thing I would like to talk about before I even talk about resume or CV, because whatever you put on your resume or your CV, it's you. It's actually your worth. It's actually who you are, right? It's actually what you're made of, the stuff you're made of, right? Because if you are not, let's say, for example, let's say if you're Michael Jackson, everybody knows Michael Jackson. The Michael Jackson is actually, summarizing his portfolio on a resume. There is no place you share such CV, with that they will not want to actually invite Michael Jackson, for an interview or whatsoever. So I want to talk about we independently as talents. And the question I would like to ask every one of you is that have you taken your time to brainstorm about your professional worth? Because it is your professional worth that will reflect on your CV or resume, because your CV or resume is a mirror. It's just mirroring you, right? And then you reflect it. If you're a science student, concave, right? Or convex mirror. When light comes in through, it's actually going to reflect, to the other side. So what are you reflecting to the corporate world? What are you reflecting to your potential employer? It's actually your professional worth. And I would like to ask some probing questions. Have you taken your time to ask these questions? The first question I would like to ask every one of you on this call is that what value do you want to trade? What value do you want to trade in the global talent marketplace? What value? You need to think about that. What value? Because that value you want to trade in the global talent marketplace is what is going to actually reflect on your resume or CV. Secondly, what unique skills or talent do you possess? What unique skills or talent do you possess that sets you apart, that makes you distinct in that field you are actually venturing into? What skills do you have? Have you even taken your time to assess yourself? Have you taken that time to analyze and evaluate your current skills, your strengths, your weaknesses? Okay, the opportunities you can actually adopt, to improve yourself or to enhance your capacity. So that's the second question. The third question is, what impact do you aspire to make in your industry or profession in the long run? All these questions I'm asking every one of us, they are actually reflective questions, because these questions will definitely mirror itself in your resume. Then the fourth question I would like to ask us is this: what motivates us? What motivates you to excel in your career beyond financial rewards? Now you're talking about money, right? I know it's very important, right? But what is actually motivating you to actually think about it deeply? How have you been able to define success? How have you been able to define success in? Is success to you at the moment making money? Or maybe being the firstborn in the family, you have to get maybe in your family, you are the first person that wants to break it, you want to get job first, or whatever. What is actually the definition of success to you? What is actually the definition of success to you? Then how have you been able to continually invest in your own learning and development to stay relevant in the proposed industry you are venturing into? Please, if you can hear me, please just say yes, yes, yes. I want to make sure I'm actually communicating with everyone. Just say yes, yes, yes. I can hear you, sir. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Aisha, Ibukun, Grace. Okay, Obama. Wow, there's Obama on this call. Fantastic. Rebecca, thank you very much. Okay, then, how are you ready to communicate your professional words to others? Because now I've asked every one of us this probing question, about your professional words, because that's what is actually going to reflect on your resume or CV, right? Your resume and CV. There are two different things, resume and CV. I'm actually still going there. But are you ready to communicate these professional words through your resume? Are you ready? So you need to ask that question. And also, do you have in-depth knowledge and understanding of the industry you're venturing into? Is it healthcare sector? Is it fintech? Is it agriculture? Is it so you need to think about the understanding that you need to have, that insight you need to get, about the industry you're venturing into. If I should ask every one of you now, okay, for example, if you are an accountant, let me ask you this question. As at 12 a.m. yesterday, 12 a.m. yesterday, what was the most recent tool that was released to enhance the finance world? Anybody? Do you know that? Can you answer that question? It is those that are actually currently updated that will be able to do what? Give that response. So these questions will give birth to your resume. They are actually going to give birth to your resume, because by the time you are able to discover your professional worth, you know that this is what I am made of as a talent. I mean, excellent talent, self-driven talent, that potential that many organizations are looking for. You've discovered yourself. Then your resume and CV will make sense to you. So now let's come down to resume and CV. So the history of CV is because we met CVs, right? We met it, in this part of our world. You just see that it's a piece of paper, you put your information, we met it, but we need to actually understand how this thing actually came about. So CV actually was originally used by Leonardo da Vinci in the 15th century to showcase his skills. So CV evolved from this young man, way back then. Of course, it's no more, but way back then, it actually evolved from him, showcasing his potentials. And then it's actually more like a letter. He just wrote, things about him, his achievements. Okay, I've been able to do this and that and that. But this CV actually evolved into comprehensive documents detailing our educational background, our publications, our achievements, our skills, and the likes, right? Okay, but today, we use it, so in the educational sector, they were using it because after this, Leonardo actually developed this CV. Educational institutions adopted it. And then that actually found its way into the corporate world, whereby potential employers were now requesting for it. And then, of course, we are now adapting digital formats for easier distribution and customization. Next slide. Next slide, please. So this is the man who, no, please, you've passed. Okay, thank you. So this is the man. Can you see him? This is the originator of CV. This is the man, even though it's no more. And can you see his CV? I'm sure everyone's CVs on this call is much beautiful. It's very, very beautiful than this, right? But this is actually the beginning of CV and resume. Okay, Benjamin, yes, well, okay, good. Very, very good. So, so this is the face of the man who actually invented CV. And of course, it's what the whole world has actually adopted. So next slide. Okay, so I'd like to talk about the differentiation between CV and resume. I'd like to talk about the differentiation between CV and resume. because we need to understand that clearly, right? So let me start with CV. CV is more like you're crafting your own success story on paper. CV is like you crafting your own success story on paper. It is where you showcase your journey, your skills, your achievements. Think of it as your brochure of your brilliance, designed to captivate potential employers and leave them eager to even learn more about how remarkable you are as an individual above just that paper. And it's not just a list of your qualifications, it confirms and proves your dedication, your expertise, and your potential to make a real difference in the world. So definitely you need to embrace the opportunity to tell your story, right? In a way that inspires and motivates others to recognize your unique talents and contributions. So please, CV is more like you telling a story. Shikena. It is how you tell your story that they will do what? They will buy it. How you lay your bed is how you do what? You lie on it. So same thing with CV. How you package your CV well is the way they will do what? Embrace it. So tell your story right. Tell your story well. Okay? So your CV is not just a piece of paper or e-copy. It's actually your ticket to unlocking the next level. And the next level is securing interview sessions. That's the best CV can do for you. CV only unlocks, it gives you that ticket, that opportunity to secure interview sessions, right? To secure interview sessions. But if your CV is not telling the story in a very, very appealing way, then definitely they may not call you. So this is the beginning of your journey, right? This is the beginning of your journey. You need to make sure that you've been able to discover and brainstorm about your professional world. Then you now mirror that into your resume. Into your CV. Now, resume is actually a summary of CV. So CV is like a bibliography. It's actually like a dictionary of all your achievements in life. It's more like an encyclopedia, right? Every information you want to talk about that you've experienced so far, you've seen in life, it's captured on your CV. But resume is like summary of your CV. Okay? Resume is like a summary of your CV. And resume is actually customized to different job applications. So when you hear them say, please customize your CV for this job opportunity, the way you're going to apply for this one, the resume you use for this is different to this one. That is resume. Resume is like a summary of your skills, your experience, your accomplishments,
Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ báyìí o? Yes, just tell Mr. Alasa for a bit. He's trying to join us. He's got some network issues at his end. Let's wait a while for him to join us. Thank you. Please don't leave the call. This particular session is very key for tomorrow's event. It is very important. You have to get all the nitty-gritty, all the important parts of your CV review today for tomorrow. Please stay on the call. He will soon join us. Thank you. Please, whatever you want to say, kindly put it in the chat box. We'll respond to you. Annie Bowe Samson, kindly type in the chat box, please. Thank you. While we wait for Mr. Lassa, I'm seeing questions in the chat box. Yes, you should come with your CV tomorrow. It starts at 9 o'clock, but you should be on ground from 8:30 to register. Yes, you can come. Yes, you can come to shoot your shot.
Okay, I'm back.
Thank you, Mr. Lassa. We'll continue, sir.
Yeah, network has nothing to do on us, right? So I'm back, and of course, bigger and better. All right, okay, so let's continue. So next slide, please. So we need to move quick because of our time. Okay, so I've actually discussed about the difference between resume and of course CV. Resume is actually typically between 1 to 2 pages. While CV, of course, you will definitely find multiple pages. And of course, it's even longer. It's much longer. And of course, it's mostly used, resume is mostly used in the US, Canada for most job applications because they have different job opportunities and you have to customize your resume, to actually fit into those job expectations, that you have. While for CV, I think most academic institutions, they actually adopt CV. They prefer CV because it's very comprehensive. And of course, it covers a lot of information, your career history, your educational background, and it even gives references to different information, maybe on your research, and maybe some international context. But for resume, it's preferred in the non-academic space, and definitely it includes your section for professional references and the likes. Next slide. So I want us to understand that we have different types of resumes. There are different types of resumes that job seekers can use. We have the chronological resume. So I'm giving you guys an assignment, right? So tomorrow, when I see everybody physically, I'm going to ask every one of you. So we have different, I think about 6. So we have the chronological resume. This is the most traditional and widely used resume formats. And then we have the functional resume, which is the most common amongst job seekers. I think functional resume and combination resume are the most effective resume that has been adopted on this part of our world. Combination resume is you combine both chronological and functional. Functional actually talks about your skills, is much more focused on your skills, right? Your transferable skills and your role. While chronological talks about your years of experience in an orderly manner, and then how you progressively, how you progressively rise up, in your career path, how you grow from stage 1 to stage 2 to stage 3. That's chronological resume. But when you now combine chronological resume and functional resume, or let me say skill-based resume, when you combine it together, that's what we call combination resume. Next slide. Next slide, can you hear me? Please, can you all hear me? Okay, good. Then we also have targeted resume. We have curriculum vitae, and then we have the non-traditional resume. I don't want to bore us with this. With something we can actually research online. But I give you this assignment, and this assignment is this. If you're ready, this assignment is that I need every one of you to go and look for the soft copy of what a targeted resume is, what a chronological resume is, what a functional resume is, what a combined resume is, what a curriculum vitae is, and non-traditional resume is. Take your time to actually do what? Dig this information out by yourself. Because when you dig it out, definitely you learn a lot. And when you learn a lot, No one can take it from you. Next slide. So I want to actually share, some steps with us on how to create an effective CV, right? An effective CV or resume. Anyways, so next slide. So can we all see what is displaying here? Because we want to wear our doctor cap now. We want to dissect CV. Are we ready? Yeah, take your scapula and which other one can we use again? Your surgical blade. We are ready to dissect CV and resume this morning, right? Okay, so let's dissect it. Let's start from the head, right? Let's start from the head. Microscope. Correct, Rafiat. Nice one. So we are starting from the head. So the first one is your contact details. Your contact is the most important because if you actually mirror down all your professional words on your resume or CV and your contact details are not there, then that's a waste too. So your contact details is very, very important. And of course, it starts with your name, your full name, your email address. Make sure they are accurate. Your phone number, and probably your LinkedIn link. So if you don't have a LinkedIn account, please have a LinkedIn account. It actually serves as a portfolio for you online and it gives you the right visibility that you want, especially when you optimize.
Mr. Michael, it looks like we lost him again. He will join us shortly. While we're waiting for him, I'll be answering questions in the chat box. Somebody's asking, is there a chance that an employer from, oh, I missed that. When is the program ending tomorrow? When you come, please. We cannot determine when employers will stop seeing you. The moment they don't have anybody to see again, the program will close. We're expecting a lot of job seekers tomorrow, so the employers will be engaged.
Okay, I'm here. I
you,
joined with
sir.
my phone. I guess network is really playing funny today, but no problem.
You're welcome, sir.
Then I think I won't be able to share my video so that I can actually manage data. Okay, so what next do we have? We have education, right? So for the education, that is another section that we need to also do what? Dissect. The next slide will give us more details about it. And then the next one we have is what? Work experience. So see, these are the strategic steps you take when you want to dissect your resume or CV. Remember, the first one is your contact details. The second one is your education. The third one is your work experience. The fourth one is your leadership and award experience. And then the last one is what? Additional information. Next slide. So what are the basic elements of resume? I just mentioned that your contact information, which contains your name, your phone number, your email address, your LinkedIn profile, if applicable. Then the next one is your objective and summary. I would call that personal summary statements, right? Whereby you create your strong career objective or summary statement that briefly highlights your career goals and key qualifications. Then your professional experience, this you have to carefully list your work history, in a reverse chronological order, including the company name, your job title, employment dates, your key responsibilities and achievements for each job position. But now, most CVs and resumes do not contain job responsibilities again. What you capture now is your achievements. They don't want too much stories on your CV or resume. Just capture your achievements instead of your responsibilities, because sometimes I've seen a lot of people whereby they share their OJD, they'll put it on their resume. No, capture your achievements. That alone is quite important. Now, of course, your education, you capture your degree that you earned, your institution, and of course, where the school you attended, your graduation date, and maybe relevant coursework or your degree honors, And then the next one is your skills. You make sure you showcase both your hard and soft skills on the skills section, which are actually very relevant to your career job. And then the additional sections, about your leadership awards, maybe your certification, your publication, your voluntary work, any other thing that you feel can actually prove that your professional worth. Yes, those things can actually be part of the elements you need to add to your resume. Next slide. So the step number one, like I mentioned, is your contact information. Step number two is your personal statements, whereby you write summary that highlights your key competencies, your capacity, your motivation, and career goals. And this should not be more than 1 to 2 paragraphs. Please, max 2. In fact, I will just recommend that it's just one paragraph. And of course, the step 3 is your educational list, highlighting your academic degrees, your name of institution. I mentioned that already. Next slide. Then, of course, your work experience, your work experience. Under your work experience, your job title, the date employed, the company's names, and the location, your key responsibilities, your achievements. Then, of course, make sure you use bullet points to describe accomplishments using impactful words, impactful verbs, and quantifying results when possible. Make sure your resume is quantified, right? I'm also going to explain that to us. Next slide. Then, of course, your skills, I'll talk about that. Create your skill sections, detailing both your technical, your hard skills, and interpersonal or soft skills relevant to your field. Your skills are quite important. Remember, I asked us about those probing questions on how you can actually identify the professional worth. Next slide. Then other possible sections, I've mentioned that already, your professional membership, your publication, your research work, your volunteering work, your language proficiency, conferences and presentations you've attended, like this one now that you're attending now, definitely you can add that in your resume. Next slide. Okay, the next one is your references. So for referees, for security reasons, don't capture information of your referrals, just for security reasons. Just put this there that when they ask for it, definitely you can actually provide it, because you don't know where your resume can actually get to. Resumes, they move swiftly, beyond what you can think of. Maybe you are in Abuja, your resume could find its way to Canada, right? So you have to be careful of the information that you're actually sharing as a reference. Just tell them that it will be available upon request. Then your formatting of your resume is quite important. I advise most people to use maybe Times Romance. You can also use I can't recall the other font you can use. For me, I like Calibri. I like Sentry. So it depends on the format, but make sure it is well aligned. Use bulletin, where you're meant to use it. Justify your your sentences. Make sure they are well aligned, both sides. Justify them. Then let your headers be very clear. Let your headers be very clear. The headers I'm referring to is your personal statements, your institution, career experience or career highlights, additional information. All those headers, make sure that they are well captured, and they are very visible, And then also customize your CV for each application by moving most relevant skills and experiences to the top. Your competencies should be well captured, right? Your competencies should be well captured. And then lastly, please, when you are done with your CV drafting and everything, proofread your resume. Look out for grammatical errors. Look out for all those things. Maybe sentences are not well constructed. Please make sure you look out for all those things so that you can correct them before you send it out, because anything you send out is actually your mirror. Handled properly. Carefully proofread to check out for spellings, grammars, and then the formatting errors. Make sure you actually look for that. And then you convert it to PDF. Except maybe you are, maybe there is a platform where you need to apply and they are requesting for Word documents, maybe for some ATS platform. Okay, so next slide. I hope you are all following. Please just comment in the section that you're actually learning a lot and you're following, please, so that I can actually okay, thank you, Luwale. All right, okay, thank you. Okay, so what's the purpose of CV? I want to ask us this question. What's the purpose of CV? Anyone? Okay, there's Origin already on your screen. I know you can quickly capture this one. Anyone? Okay. So what's the purpose of a resume or CV? To tell your story. Fantastic, Victoria. That's a good feedback. Yeah, to sell yourself. Awesome. To sell yourself. Not to do this selling get degree. Define the selling. Make sure to know about yourself. Okay, for potential employers to know you, to get a picture of you before physical meeting. Of course, resume is a summary of your CV to allow the employer meets good to speak to me without being there. Awesome. To showcase who you are. Wow. This our participants, you are hot. Oh, I like you. Yeah, brief summary about what you have. Awesome. So let's quickly dive into this slide. So to showcase your qualification, that's number one that I have here. Every idea you've shared with me, every comment you've made, they are all correct, right? They are all correct to project your true self. They are all correct, but these are the ones I captured here for you. So number one, to showcase your qualification. Number two, to summarize your professional history. Next slide. To know your words, to tell your words. Yeah, awesome, good. To highlight your achievements. To highlight your achievements. The next one is to demonstrate your fitness, how competent you are, right? Okay, next slide, to secure an interview, to provide professional representation. Next slide. Okay, so that is it about the purpose of your CV or resume is actually uncountable. There are different reasons as to why we are actually making use of our resume. And of course, I could say that we've actually said a lot, we've spoken a lot here, which shows that we really understand why we are actually making use of resume. But I want us to also be at alert about ATS resume. So there's a difference between an ordinary resume and an ATS resume. An ATS resume is the one you carefully customize for all this machine. Okay, for example, if Coca-Cola now is sourcing for maybe 2,000 fresh graduates, right? 2,000 fresh graduates nationwide. Do you think it's human being that will sort all the candidates or talents? It's actually their machine, the backend machine, which we call ATS, right? And what is an ATS? An ATS is an applicant tracking system. It's a software used by many companies to manage and filter job application. So now this is where we need to talk about, because most of the times, most of these our resume, they are not ATS compliant. So by the time you apply, it will just disconnect the person, or disqualify the person, even though you have a lot of information you've captured on that resume. But because it is not ATS compliant, that's why I say that you apply to most of these multinationals. The ATS machine, it has removed your resume. because you do not align it to ATS. So ATS software is a software that actually manages and filters job application. ATS helps employers organize and evaluate resumes efficiently by collecting, sorting, and filtering applications. It streamlines their hiring process by reducing manual efforts and ensuring that the most qualified candidates are considered. So you can do more research about ATS. It's a software. I'll also tell you some ATS websites where you can actually check your resume, your current CV or resume to see if it is ATS compliant. Next slide. So if you want to now optimize, because I will advise us that we should optimize our current resume for an ATS. And these are the things that you need to look out for. One of the first things that you need to work on when it comes to ATS resume, you need to use relevant keywords. Hello? You need to do what? You need to use relevant keywords. So number one, you need to carefully review the job posting. So, for most of the job applications that you see, right? Number one, you need to look at the job description. You need to study what they are requesting for, the competencies, the skills, the experience. You need to look at it and then do what? Match those information into your resume. Ensure that it is what you can do. Don't go and replicate what you cannot do, because examination will come. So carefully review the job posting and identify the most important keywords, skills, qualifications, and phrases. Make sure you include these relevant keywords in your resume, particularly in your skills section, your work experience, and of course, your qualification summary. Use both exact keywords matches and synonyms to increase your chances of being detected. So there are some keywords the ATS will be looking for. Of course, your introduction, I mean your name, your email address, all those things are very important. Then your personal statement too is very important. Make sure it captures your capacity, your competencies. All those keywords is looking for it. Next slide. We're running out of time. Then avoid complex formatting. Have a very simple format for your ATS resume. Use a simple, clean, and straightforward layout. Avoid fancy fonts and excessive use of italics. Then stick to a standard font like Arial, Calibri, Times New Roman for better readability. Okay, all these things are very important. Avoid complex formatting. Next slide. Then 5 formats matters. 5 formats matters. Okay, don't go and convert your resume to picture, JPEG. No, convert it to either PDF or Word document. Simple as that. Don't convert it to JPEG, PNG, or pages, because they are not ATS friendly. Next slide. Then maintain a clear layout. Use clear and consistent headings for your section like work experience. I've mentioned that before. So the ATS machine, is AI, right? It's AI. It will be looking out for the headers. So make sure that your headers are conspicuous. They are very, very visible. Your work experience, education, your skills, and then your bulletins, your bullet points, they are also very important because it will scan it. They are also very important. Then ensure that your resume follows a logical flow, typically starting with a contact section, followed by your summary, your work experience, your education, and any additional relevant section. Next slide. Then prioritize key information, okay? Place key skills, qualification, and relevant information near the top of your resume to capture the ATS attention. Like, for example, your qualification summary, use specific language, and then of course, follow this with a section of highlighting your key skills. Your key skills are very important. And those skills You cannot just capture them on your resume if you do not take time to evaluate yourself. Don't go and capture or copy and paste skills on your resume that does not reflect you or does not even speak about you or present you in the way you should be. No. I have seen instances whereby I was interviewing someone, I think that should be 2012. No, sorry. That should be 2017 thereabouts. And we invited this lady. Oh yeah, we started screening her. And I asked her one or two questions. Okay, can you tell us about this? And she mentioned, sir, I don't know about it all. How? Why? But this is your CV. Definitely this is you. You said somebody did the CV for me. The baton. Somebody did the CV for you. Okay, so at least, yeah, we know people do CVs for you. Of course, it must replicate to you, right? But can you tell us about this? You said no, that the person just added it so that it can boost her for interview session. That was the end of the interview. She was disqualified because we discovered that she's automatically lying on her resume. So I don't want any one of us here to actually fall into such trap against tomorrow, because all these employers, they are really out to make sure that they track and get the right candidate with the right information. So please, let's take note of that. Next slide. Okay, so we have 6 colors here, right? We have action verbs, we have soft skills, we have impact metric, we have impact statement before the numbers, we have art skills, and we have headers. If you're following up with me, just say, yes, I am following you, so that I can know that you're actually following up with me. Aha, nice one, Debbie. Franklin, okay, I see you there. So, and is this making sense? Please, so if it's making sense, so that I'll know that I'm making, okay, yes, okay, Zainab, okay, nice. So we need to demystify all these circles, right? We need to demystify them so that we can get our 8 years resume. So you see that this one is advanced. It's not like the normal CV that we have. So next slide. Okay, is there a way we can zoom it a bit? Let's just zoom it a bit so that they can see, at least if they can see half of it, that's fine. No, this is the next one. I want them to see it very well. Now we should just zoom so that they can see it. Okay, as you can see this CV, remember I just shared with you color codes, right? Those color codes have their own role they are playing on an ATS resume. Okay, you could see the first name. Okay, I don't know, can you all see it very well? Maybe you can zoom from your own screen wherever you are so that you can see it very well. So you could see the name, right? You could see the name, the location. Oh, sorry, I didn't mention location. Your location is important as part of your contact information. And when you are indicating your location, please don't capture your full address. So please, for security reasons, don't capture your full address. Just capture your how do I want to put it? Okay, so for example, if you're staying in Maryland, okay, your house address whereby you now say number 22 Adenike Street, Maryland. Just say Maryland, Maryland, Ikeja, Lagos. That is much important. Please, let's take note of that. Okay, so you could see for this ATS resume, you could see education, right? That one is well captured, but I'm going to the work experience. If you should take your time to look at the resume, you will see that red color is starting off, right? On every section of the bulletin. And what is the red color? Just comment in the section box. What is the red color? Anyone? Aha. I'm beginning to get you guys now. Action verb. Nice one, Saka. Are you an Arsenal fan? Okay. Action verb. Very good. I could see that you're all following me. That's very, very good. Very, very good. So you could see the action verb starts the resume. Okay. So let's look at the first one. It's saying research. So one of the key responsibilities of this person as an operation research, he researches user trends to implement go-to-market strategies. That user trends, what is the color code? And then the go-to-market, what is the color code? I want us to get something. The user trend, there's a user trend or go-to-market. Okay, the orange is soft skills. Okay. Okay, I think my time is wrapping up. Okay, soft skills for yellow. Nice one. Okay, impact metric. Okay, soft skill yellow. The go-to-market is your art skills. Why the soft skill is your user trends. If you check other ones too, reports, operational process, user inquiries. So if you're a customer-centric person or you're a customer-centered person, you're good with user inquiries. That's soft skills, right? But art skills are like, you can see Zendesk, you can see Jira, you can see Confluence. Okay, so I think you're understanding this. I'm wrapping up now. I'm wrapping up. Okay, then of course, can you identify the green color? That's the impact metric. That is when you have quantified your resume. Okay, they play a vital role, in measuring your achievements, in measuring what you've actually done. And it really helps, it gives the employer a level to see the in-depth of your capacity or the in-depth to which you can actually achieve results, because every employers are looking for problem solvers. Okay. Aha, good. So let's move to the next slide. I think I have about 3 more slides and then we are good. Okay, so you could see the colors. So I like your feedbacks. You guys, you really know, in fact, you know your onions. So in fact, why am I even coming self? You're all experts already now. You know better than even myself. So we have the header, right? The header, which is actually the name, and of course your contact details. Then of course education. That is not colored, but of course it's always at the top. Then that red color, like I mentioned, is the action verb. Then the orange color is the hard skill. Then the yellow color is the soft skills. Why the green color is your impact metrics. And then the cyan color is the impact statement before the impact metrics. Okay, next slide. Oh, you could barely see it. Oh, okay. Okay, no problem. Please, can you go back to the previous slide? I want us to... I'm wrapping up already. So I have 2 websites you can check. So please just take your pen and write it down. Look out for these websites. Job, I'll spell it out. J-O-B, Jobalan, okay, J-O-B, A-L-Y-T-I-C-S. Job I don't know how to pronounce it before I change my tongue. Okay, and the next one is JobScan. JobScan. So you can take your time and evaluate your resume. Go to this site. Thank you, Gladys. Thank you very much. So go to this site, upload your resume so that you can analyze and see if your resume, your current resume or CV is actually ATS compliance. Next slide. I think we are done with this session. Okay, move on. Just continue. I've explained all this to everyone. Okay, so that's the end of the class. Thank you very much. So you can ask your question. I hope it has been an amazing one, an amazing session, very informative. I hope so. I would like to get that feedback from you in the comment section. No, they are not paid sites. Fine, if you want to see more information, yeah, you have to pay, but at least there are still some information you can access. So just try them on, upload your current resume so that you can actually see if your resume is currently ATS compliant. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for having me, even though network has shown us shaggy today. But I appreciate everyone. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you very much. I think I will hand over to Adebola now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Alasta. It was nice having you on the call. And really, yeah, even though the session's a bit technical, but the colleagues on the call, the job seekers that are coming tomorrow, they will have time to actually work on their CVs if they haven't done that earlier. Your presentation has actually dived deeper into what is expected of them tomorrow. Thank you very, very much. We appreciate you. Yes, I'm seeing in the chat room that they want the soft copy of the presentation. Yes, you will have it, and that's why we've been telling you to put your details in the chat box. You will definitely get all the presentations. Thank you very much, Mr. Alasta. We have spent a lot of time and we have eaten into our break time. So I apologize ahead, or I am sorry to say that we won't be going on break. We'll just be taking on the next session. But before we do that, I would like to introduce my colleague that will be taking the moderating for the next sessions. I'd like to introduce him on this call. I'm sharing his profile. Thank you very much. I hope you can see my screen. Everyone, please let me know in the chat room if you can see my screen. Wait, can you let me know if my screen is being shared?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Thank you very much. So my colleague will be taking on the moderation for the rest of the sessions this afternoon is Victor Adedotun Ogunleye. Victor is a talent engagement manager at Guinness Nigeria PLC, the Diageo company, a seasoned HR professional with about 8 years of experience in the field. Prior to moving into human resources, he has worked as a graphics and content designer for e-commerce and media organizations, respectively, covering Nigeria, Uganda, and the UK. He is a versatile human resources business partner with years of experience in building enabled, energized, and inspired teams, human resources effectiveness, people management, employee satisfaction, capability development, and process simplification. Team player with a passion for employee experience, engagement, and development. He drives organization and people success. Victor has had the opportunity of working in almost all areas of human resources, such as employee experience, HR business partner, HR services, talent and organization effectiveness, and now talent engagement. He's won numerous awards like HR Unsung Hero Award, HR Simplicity Award, Business Support Manager of the Year, and most notably as an Employee of the Year. Victor has also worked in different walks of life, from e-commerce advertising to media to dairy, and now drinks business. His experience covers freelancing, content designs, graphics creation, and now fully human resources. He holds a bachelor's degree in public administration from Obafemi Awolowo University and an associate member of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management. Apart from his professional life, Victor focuses on encouraging others and helping people fulfill their dreams. He prides himself in encouraging others and bringing out the best in them, which aligns with his purpose in life. So I'm leaving you in the hands of Victor, who is going to encourage you to continue to stay on this call so that you can enjoy the rest of the session. Victor, you have the floor. Thank you. Victor, you have the floor. Hello, Victor. Hello, Victor. Okay, so if we cannot, if Victor is not yet on the call, we can then move on into the next session. We'll be having Mr. Kenny Omiale of Stressat. He'll be taking us on workplace etiquette. Okay, can I have Mr. Kenny's profile, please? Can you share with us Mr. Kenny's profile? While we're waiting for Mr. Kenny's profile to come up, we would like to also tell you to continue to put your details in the chat box. All the presentation style slides will be sent to you, but that is if we have your details. If we do not have your details, there's no way you can get the slides. So kindly drop your details in the chat box and we'll send all the slides to you.
Okay.
Mr. Kenny Omiale is a consultant and trainer.
Adebola?
Yes, okay, thank you. Victor is on the call now.
Yeah.
You're welcome, Victor.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, please go on.
Do you mind?
Victor, you are not very audible.
Can you hear?
There's a background noise.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, it's very clear. You may take
All
the
right,
stage.
all right, awesome. Do you mind putting on Mr. Omiyale's profile so I can just quickly speak to that? Okay, while you're putting that up, it feels good to be here, everyone. I'm excited to also be joining this call. To be honest, I've been on the call since morning, and I tell you for free, it's been an exciting journey. Even considering that this is for job seekers, you agreed with me that every one of us, even for those of us that are not seeking for jobs, would have learned one or two things, either from the first session or the session with Nelly. I think that was a very great session, speaking about what is important for us to learn in terms of communication skills in the workplace. And also, lastly, with Michael Alasa, who are known for a while, from far anyway. So, okay, back to the business of this moment. Mr. Kende Umiyale is a consultant and trainer, spanning across areas of peak performance, leadership, finance, and investment, business acumen, and personal mastery. Is the learning and development lead at StretchStats Integrated Limited. Is passionate about helping entrepreneurs, corporate professionals, and organizations build business models and systems for success, as well as raising creative minds armed with global problem-solving acumen. I think that's really awesome. When he's not corporately engaged, it drives his passion into helping individuals create and develop working systems of performance, clarity, and wisdom through megas protocol. You know, a human development and coaching expression, which also borders a learning platform. Jet was engaging the mastery of human creativity, organizational success, and political governance, leadership structures and systems. He has worked in trainings across sectors such as banking, insurance, real estate, manufacturing, fintech, hospitality, government, and so on. Some of these are First Bank, Sterling Bank, GT Bank, Eco Bank, Stanbic IBTC, Alpha Mid Group, Lagos Continental Hotel, National Insurance Association, Cornerstone Insurance, ICO, etc. Today is the head of academics at Covenant Capital Business School under the Covenant Nation, where they graduate more than 500 entrepreneurs yearly. His pursuit of global pragmatic drives him to keep learning, launch on skills such as problem solving, strategy, leadership skills with courses from renowned institutions, some of which includes courses at Delft, Delden School of Business, University of Maryland, USA, and University of Queensland, Australia. He volunteers as a personal economy strategist at Lamad Africa Community, which is an exclusive community for wealth intelligence and financial investment acumen. In 2019, he worked in partnership with Lagos State Government LESCF initiative to train Lagos State youth on business writing, communication, and emotional intelligence skills. He was the Basel City representative of Geston Nation Builders Network till 2015, a foundation initiated by Fela Dutoye to raise leaders of excellence and nation builders. He is still a passionate nation builder today. Due dates. I think that's it for Mr. Kende. You would agree with me. This is a very rich profile, and I can imagine the value that we'll be getting from this session this afternoon. So, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to welcome Mr. Kende Omeyale to deliver this awesome, I'm sure, awesome presentation for us at this time. Mr. Kende, if you're here, you have the floor.
All right. Good afternoon. I would like to confirm if I'm very audible and everybody can see me clearly and hear me very well.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay.
And we can see.
All right. Thank you. Perfect. So I would like permission to be able to share my slides. Okay. Yes, I can do that. So let me do that here. Okay. So let me get a confirmation if you can see my slides on the screen.
Yes, we can. Just put it in
Okay.
slideshow so that we can see clearly. So while you are at it,
yes,
my friends on the call, my colleagues on the call, please put your questions in the chat. So that if there's enough time, we can take those questions, and respond to them accordingly. Mr. Kendi.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so today we'll be talking about a very important part of being a corporate professional. You know, I always believe etiquette is more like the small hinge that moves the big doors. many of the times is actually the little things that make the big changes in life. And so, in as much as people are trying to strive to get into great organizations, using their CVs and resumes to get into the place they believe they have maximum value to give, one of the things that actually keeps people in such organizations are actually things like etiquette, things like communication, things like emotional intelligence, things like leadership. And so we're going to be taking a look at how we can use etiquette, the workplace etiquette, as corporate professionals to drive ourselves and to become indispensable people, generally in the workplace. My introduction has been done. So I'm the Learning and Development Lead at Streetset Integrated Limited. And so we're just going to get over to the course of what we are having here today. So let us start with workplace etiquette. Now, what does it really mean, workplace etiquette? Now, etiquette in its sense, it's a set of guidelines for polite and respectful behavior in a professional setting. It means that anywhere you find yourself that is not in your house and is not in a very casual place, where it's business, formal, and professional attitudes are expected, you have to put your suit of workplace ethics on. Now, what are some of the importance? Why is workplace etiquette very important? Now, it really gives a lot of importance because, number one, it helps to foster positive working relationship. What this means is that it enables that we are able to work well with our colleagues, our superiors, and even the people who report to us. Now, the other thing also is that it helps to promote a culture of clear communication and collaboration. I'm going to be telling you more about how to use this for communication and collaboration moving forward. It also very important because it creates a professional and productive work environment and also enhances your personal brand. Now, some of these things that I've mentioned here, you begin to see before the end of this session how they play very important roles in your success in any corporate environment that you find yourself. So, the benefits of good workplace etiquettes are as follows. Number one, it actually helps with increased productivity. Now, what that means is that when everyone feels respected and comfortable in a place, they can actually focus on their work and achieve better results. So sometimes the reason why people might not be productive in a working environment might just be etiquette issues. That means that there has not been a culture of etiquette that facilitates and enables people to work in a state that enables their mind to be most productive. Now, this helps us to understand that every human being needs to understand that the quality of their mind is directly proportional to the quality of their work. If the state of your mind is poor, no matter how much skill you have, you will not be productive on that job. And so understanding etiquette actually allows you to put yourself in a certain state that allows you to bring out the best in your workplace. Now, the other thing is etiquette helps with improved communication. Now, there's a difference between just communicating and being effective with your communication. Now, etiquette allows you to create structure around clear and professional communication. And what this actually does is that when you are clear and you're professional in your methods or mode of communication, it actually helps you to reduce misunderstanding and it fosters collaboration. It has been found that one of the most important skills of every human being is communication skill. Communication skill is not just talking or speaking, but it is the understanding of the process, the person, the environment, and even the goal of what you're trying to communicate. One of the foremost things you need to understand is that the most important thing about communication is actually comprehension. That means that at the end of the conversation we are having, how true or how easy is it to say that the person I've spoken to fully understands what I'm trying to pass across? Now, beyond comprehension, the goal, the end goal of every form of good communication is actually relationship building. What that means is that if every time you're in communication or conversation with someone and it does not improve the quality of the relationship you have with that person, it is not effective conversation. So you need to understand the skill and the power that effective conversations and communications actually have in you being productive on your job and even advancing your career, as we'll see later on. Now, good etiquette also helps to build stronger relationships. You will get to understand the role of relationships in building a sustainable and good careers. It has often been said that people don't quit good offices, they quit bad managers. And that is because when the quality of the relationship between people in a workplace, between someone, an employee and a manager, is not sustainable, no matter how great that workplace is, the employee will never derive the best of satisfaction from that environment. And so something as simple as good work etiquette actually can contribute to the strength and the quality of the relationships that we have in the workplace. So positive interactions actually helps to build trust and build rapport with colleagues, clients, and superiors. And this creates a very good environment to make sure that work is done at a very good pace and at a very excellent rate. Now, the fourth thing I want to mention about the benefits of good working etiquette is that it actually can help to advance your career. So, when you're someone who has very strong interpersonal skills and a professional demeanor in the way you contribute to the business of an organization, employees and employers actually begin to take careful attention to you. So even though you might have someone who may be more skilled, but doesn't have good working relationship with the employer, the employees, the peers and teams, such people, when it's time for promotions, will not be recommended. Because one of the things you need to understand is that what you bring on board as you become a leader and a manager is not just the skill that you have, but how well you are able to influence people and actually get people to perform at their best. And so these are some of the benefits of workplace ethics and how you can begin to use it to improve on the quality of your service delivery. Now, I'll begin to touch upon this as we move forward. Now, when it comes to communication essential, I'm very glad that we have touched on communication earlier in this session. But you need to understand that every time you are speaking to people, there are two types of communication, by the way. There is the verbal communication, and then there is the written communication. So for verbal communication, that means when you are speaking, you must speak in a clear way and in a concise way. Every time you speak and someone has to say, pardon, what did you say? It shows that you have not been clear and concise in your conversation and your communication. You must maintain a professional tone. You must be an active listener and you must avoid interrupting people. As simple as these things are, these are the things that can separate you and put you in a place that sets you high and above your contemporaries. Now, moving from verbal communication to written communication, every time you read something, every time you write something down, it is important that you present it in the best available quality. What that means is that you must proofread carefully before you send any professional message. You cannot tell the person that, oh, it's because I'm in a hurry, I had a bad day, I woke up on the wrong side of the bed. That does not matter. When you're in a working environment, the standard is professionalism. And so one of the standards in written communication is to make sure that what you write is easy to read and simple to comprehend. So you must learn how to use professional language and using professional formats as well. You also have to be very mindful of email etiquette. So when you're typing a message or writing an email, you must avoid using all caps, and make sure that salutations and closings are very important. Salutation just means you greet the person. Oh, hello, good morning, how are you? Hope you've had a great day, before you go into the important thing you want to discuss. It's very important and a courteous thing to always salute people and end with a closing. Closing could be thank you, best regards, yours sincerely, just to create the tone that you're ending the post of your communication, and then it prepares the mind of the people who are actually reading from you. As simple as these things are, as I've mentioned earlier, they determine who gets promoted, who gets recommended, and who is perceived as an employee that is very valuable to an organization. So when we're talking about the email address, as I mentioned earlier, when it comes to writing communication, what are some of the things that you really have to put into consideration? So for example, your subject line must be very clear and concise. I'll tell you, you will hear the word concise more than any word in this presentation, because that is the beauty of communication. It must be short, but very rich. That's what concise means. So you don't have to use plenty words to where you have options of using shorter and smaller words. So in your subject line, be very clear. What that means is that at one glance, the person who is about to read your email should have an idea, no matter how rough the idea is, of what the conversation is going to be about. Okay? It must accurately reflect the content of the email. There are certain people who will write a certain subject line, and what they are writing in the email body is completely different. That is not professional, and that is not the way to go. I talked about salutation earlier. So a professional greeting in the form of salutation includes, dear Mr. So, dear Miss so. This is the professional way to address people.
Sorry, Mr. Kende.
Yes, please.
Sorry, just sorry to cut you. Do you mind putting your slides on slideshow, the presentation on slideshow rather, and then
you're not
move
able to
to
see what I'm
the
doing?
slide you're speaking to? It's not moving.
Oh, really? Okay, so let me stop sharing from here.
Do you want to reshare? You want us to share from mine?
Yes, let me reshare.
Okay.
So I would use a full screen instead, so that's...
Yes, please.
So let me know if you can see my slide now.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, great. So I apologize for that. Okay. So when we're talking about the art of email writing, your subject matter must be very clear and concise, like I mentioned. And then you need to salute the person. Dear Mr. So and so, dear Miss so and so. Then once you are done with the salutation, you go into the body of the letter. And what the body means is that you briefly state the purpose. Oh, the reason why I'm sending you this message is this, and this, using as clear and concise language as possible. Now, you should not go into writing too many things if you have the options of making it smaller. Actually, the smaller it is, or the shorter it is, the better. This allows the person who will be reading it shorter amount of time to understand what message you're actually trying to pass across. And then please, before you send the message, try to proofread it carefully before sending. There are certain softwares now like Grammarly and certain AIs that help you to proofread your mails or your text before you send them. If you try to use that, it will actually help a long way. And when you close your letter, you use a professional closing, like sincerely yours, best regards, thank you, followed by your name and title. This is the professional way to engage any form of conversation when it is via an email. So let's move on a bit from that. When you have a meeting, you've moved beyond the mail now, and you're in a meeting. Please, there is nothing like African timing in a professional setting. It is always advisable to arrive on time or at least a few minutes early. Now, it might be extreme, but you shouldn't be overly early for it as well. So if a meeting is supposed to start by 11 o'clock, it's not advisable for you to get there by 8 a.m. You can get there around quarter to 11, 20 minutes to, just to make sure that you're acclimatized with the environment and everything is set in order. You also need to come prepared with any necessary materials. Do not come to a meeting empty-handed. Come with a writing materials, come with documents, and anything that has been discussed before the meeting that you know that this is important for you to carry along. And when you're in a meeting, you need to be an active listener and also learn to participate respectfully. Being an active listener just means that do not let your mind wander. If you're in the meeting, be focused in the meeting and know everything that is being talked about. You might need to write a couple of things down in case you feel that you might forget them after you've left the meeting. Try to pen down important points and call to actions or things that you need to do after the meeting. You also need to avoid interrupting people during a conversation. So what that means is that ensure that every one of the person speaking finishes or ends their statement before you ask for an excuse to speak. If you'd also be presenting, keep your conversations as clear and simple as possible and as focused. Focus means that it's supposed to focus on the important points you want to talk about. So let your pictures, your images, your sound, your text, let everything be focused on what you're talking about. One of the things that always make people want to be a part of certain meetings is about the quality of professionalism that comes into those meetings. And you'll be surprised of serious examples of people who have been promoted simply because of their attitude towards meeting etiquette. They respect their time, they respect people's time, and everybody loves them for it. And so it's very important to note this when you're attending meetings. Now, there's a common saying that dress the way you hope to be addressed. Now, when you're in a business setting, it is always important that you dress appropriately. Now, appropriate dressing for a business session or season is to be professionally and appropriately dressed based on the company culture. Now, different companies have different culture. Some are formal dressed, some are casual, some can dress down as the case may be. Before you go somewhere, it's important to have an idea of the kind of dress culture that company has. So this allows you to fit well with that organization. It's also important that you maintain a neat and a clean appearance. It actually makes you easy to talk to. And when you're not sure what the dress culture of an organization is, it's always better to err on the side of caution. So just be smartly dressed, semi-formal if the case may be, just so that you are not too in variance with the attire that is expected in that particular business setting. All of these things might not be instructions that will be said verbatim, but these are people, when you pay attention to details and you're intentional about how you appear in public places, all of these things actually will go a very long way. Now, when you're on the phone, the world is becoming digital now. And so many of the times, people have moved from sending emails to having conversations on the phone. Now, how do you comport yourself professionally when you're answering a phone? You need to answer phone calls with a greeting like, "Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kenny from Streetset Integrated Limited. How may I be of help to you today?" This allows the person on the other end of the line to be very comfortable with you. You don't just say hello, and the other person says hello, and you say hello, and now it's a battle of hellos. Be intentional about the conversation. Let the person know who he is speaking to, and then it gives them the freedom to tell them what the purpose of their call may be. It's also important that you speak very clearly. Don't speak when things are in your mouth. Don't speak in a way that shows that you're tired. Always be professional in your approach. Now, if you're unable to answer, it's important to let the call go into voicemail, and then you can return promptly. You need to be mindful of speakerphones and the use of background noises. So when you find yourself in a place where you know that there's going to be background noise, you tend to excuse yourself to more quieter location. Even as simple as like a session like this, it's important that whenever you are engaged in any form of conversation, make sure that the quality of sound that you are giving to people who hear you is pleasant and easy. And that's what a very simple, noiseless background actually does for people. So one of the things you need to understand is that even though when you're on the phone call, the person on the other end does not see you or cannot see you, but the quality of your voice and how you engage the person can actually go a whole lot. And that is why sometimes when people make phone calls, they're always told to smile. Because even though the other person cannot see you smile, a smile changes the texture and intonation of your voice, and it makes it more appealing and easy to have very good conversations with. So whenever you're having a phone conversation at that time, try to stick with some of this professional etiquette, and it will actually take you a long way. Now, for digital communication, always ensure that you use professional language. Don't use jargons, don't overuse emojis, don't use slangs. Keep it professional, keep it concise, and keep it very simple. You also have to be very mindful of social media etiquette, especially when interacting with colleagues and clients. Know how people want to be talked to. That's the rule of communication. You don't talk to people based off of how you talk to people. You talk to people based on how they want to be talked to. And so these are important things that we need to understand. So whether you are having a video conference session, a video call, a voice call, on whatever digital platform you are, it's always important that many of these things we have mentioned beforehand, you actually present them here. So avoid sending work-related messages on personal accounts. This is not professional in any way. Anytime you're sending any form of conversation or work-related messages, it is always best that it is presented through a formal platform. So if you have an email that has your company extension with it, these are some of the things that should be used for formal conversations. All of these things are little etiquette here and there, that actually go a long way and can make things a lot better for all of us. When you're in the workplace, you have to be respectful to people's time and people's space. So when a meeting has been scheduled, be there on time. Don't get people, there's something called personal space. When you want to talk to people, don't get too close in their faces. Sometimes some people just need that air, to clear their mind and that personal space in order to be able to receive you a lot better. Whenever you're in a workplace environment, learn to be observant of what is going on around you. If it appears that someone is struggling with something, you can offer them a hand, help them. It is simple gestures like this that actually make big differences along the line. It's also important that you maintain a positive and professional attitude at all times. Regardless of what you're going through, regardless of how you are feeling, always keep it professional. The key about professional conversation is that you want to ensure that everyone who interacts with you or engages with you gets the best of the experience every time. When you do that, you create so much value, even beyond money can buy. So you also have to be mindful of office noise levels and keep personal conversations to the barest minimum in common places. If you're making a phone call, do not make your voice so loud that it distracts other people who are focused on their jobs. Also, make sure that if you're listening to certain things, maybe on your phones or on your system, as the case may be, make sure that the volume is toned to a level that it does not distract people around you. Remember, a workplace environment is not built for just you, it's built for the team. And you have to make it in such a way that everyone who is a part of that work environment gets the best experience because you are in it. Also, it's important that you clean up after yourself, especially if you use shared spaces. So whether you're in the kitchen, whether you're in the bathroom, or you're in the convenience, always ensure that you make it interesting or neat for the next person that will be using that facility. These are some of the ways you need to show that you are professional in your conduct and your attitude even towards the workplace. It also puts a lot of value on the people who are coming after you, and all of these things go a long way on your career journey. When you're engaged with business meals, because they are like business meetings as well, you always ensure that you arrive on time. You dress appropriately for the occasion. If it's a black tie event, go with a black tie. Follow through with the protocol that is expected of you. Practice good table manners. If you don't know what table manners are, there are online resources that allow you to know where to place the fork, where to place the knife, where the cups should be, and how to go about even eating in a business or luxurious environment. Avoid controversial topics of conversations. Topics like politics, religion, health can be controversial. So it would be good to not engage people in this kind of conversations so that it doesn't scare, heat and affect the quality of the conversation and the experience that people have in these meetings. You also offer to pay if you are invited as a guest, even though you might not end up paying, but that gesture to show that you want to make the move to pay actually goes a long way. Remember, etiquette are the little hinges that move the big doors. And you have no idea how immensely your life can change because you are professional and you master business ethics at all levels. So even when it comes to meals, the way you engage yourself, the way you treat it, says a lot about where you're coming from and the quality of accord of respect, that you have for the people you're in that meeting or that shared space with. It is almost impossible to avoid situations in the workplace where people's opinions will not clash. Because we are not all robots and we are not clones of one another, we will always have from time to time differing opinions. So when such occasions arise, it is always important to approach disagreement with respect and professionalism. Sometimes it's not about you winning the conversation. Remember, it's about selling the best experience with whoever you are in the conversation with, even in disagreements with. There's such a thing as agree to disagree. That means that you value the quality of the relationship you both have and will not allow the opinions or content of an argument to spoil that relationship. You also need to focus on finding solutions and not just assigning blame. Do not be quick to attack people, but instead look for the solutions and then try to see how to drive people respectfully and peacefully towards the line of that solution. You must also be willing to compromise. You will not always have your say every day. Sometimes you win some, you lose some, but you learn at every time. If you're unable to resolve the conflict independently, it's always advisable that you seek help from a superior or an HR representative. This is just to make sure that everything continues to work the way it should go. Now, the goal of everything that I've been talking about is about building positive and lasting relationships. If you remember, at the beginning, I mentioned that the objective of conversation is comprehension. But the end goal of every form of conversation is good relationship. And so every time you find yourself in a work environment or in a workplace, remember, relationships are involved. People are involved. You need to be able to make it in such a way that the quality of time, energy, resources that you give in a workplace actually improves the life of the people around you. And so when it comes to building positive relationships, you must be a good teammate. Be the person people can depend upon. Be reliable, be supportive, and actually be a very good communicator. One of the things we have found out is that most of the people who assume leadership position and end up being good leaders are actually good communicators. So communication skills can actually take you to the path of leadership. Building positive relationships also entails that you show appreciation to colleagues and superiors. When someone has done a great job, let them know they have done a great job. When we are happy with what someone has done, reward them, take them for a meal, or give them a gift. All of these gestures are ways to show that you value the quality of the relationship that you have with people. And let's just face the facts. We spend more of our times at work than any other place in our lives, especially when you get to that professional age. And so it's important that the quality of time and resources that we share with the people who are in the same workplace as us actually goes a long way. So you also need to learn to be inclusive and avoid office gossip. Maintain an air of integrity and value for people's time and people's privacy. You also need to maintain a positive and helpful attitude. Now, one of the things all of these helps us to get to is that there are certain things in life that come to us not by the reason of the skills that we have, not by the reason of the experience that we have, not by the reason of the people we know, but by how well we treat people in our space. Whether they are your colleagues at work, whether they are people, your juniors who report to you, whether they are your superiors who you report to. Everyone is a human being. We have emotions. And so when we see someone attend to us in a very good way, we begin to like them, and they pop up in our minds more often than not. And so it's just important. This gets to show how well and how long workplace etiquette can actually improve the quality of your life, the quality of your work, and everyone that is around you. Okay, so I'll just end it here and with a conclusion that one of the best ways to improve anywhere you see yourself is not just to be the person who shines, but the person who makes sure that everyone around them shines almost as brightly as they do. Thank you very much.
Wow, wow, wow. Let's give Mr. Kende a round of applause. Let's give me a round of applause. Please use your reaction. Share a round of applause. Give me a round of applause. Thank you so much, Mr. Kende. I think this was very, very insightful. I like the fact that you didn't just express this, based on your place as a professional, but also selling the fact that this also helps to build our people in terms of their lives and also in the professional space. I think that for me, three things were very, very important. I would say take out. Positive workplace relationship is one of the things that workplace etiquette. I like to even use the word business etiquette. It's all about not just your workplace, but also your partners, your stakeholders, as the case may be. I think second thing is collaboration. It helps to build collaboration. And for me, this was the most important, professional and productive workplace environment. So how we relate with people and how we work with people actually helps the organization, to grow, to be more successful. If you don't have the right kind of workplace etiquette, relationship with your colleagues will be mad, and then this will cause problems and even what I would say limit the progress of the business. So thank you so much. I think it was really awesome. I think we have about 2 to 3 minutes to take one or two questions. I know there was a question in the chat which I had responded to. Someone was asking that when you have colleagues or partners or recruiters with a unisex name, how do you um, respond to such persons? And I said, to be on the safe side, just use the dear sir ma. You don't need to guess if the person is a sir or a ma. So yeah, and that works for both scenarios, either for recruitment or even for individuals. So do we still have other questions? Please feel free to drop them in the chat. I'll read them out to Mr. Kende. So I'm checking through. Okay. Okay. The question, Mr. Kende, there's one question for you. From Rafiat Azan. How can one build relationship effectively? I guess this is in the business place or in the workplace. And maybe for me, an addition to that question from Rafiat would be, how do we build relationship with in the business environment with colleagues or partners, who are difficult, you know. how do we build such relationships? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I actually have a golden rule when it comes to building relationships. The best way to build relationship is not to focus on yourself, is to do everything you can to improve the life of the other person. Now, when you do that, people that have defenses and restrictions, everything comes down because it is difficult for people to reject things that move them forward. So to the person asking questions about how to build relationship, whether up, down, left, right, be interested in people, genuinely care about people, and try to look for opportunities and things around you that makes the life of people easier. The more you do that, you begin to see that people will begin to gravitate towards you, and the quality of your network and your relationships will begin to improve.
Yeah, awesome, awesome. All right, so I see the other questions are things that should have been asked earlier. So I will let Mr. Kendi Omiale go. Thank you so much, Mr. Kendi Omiale. I think it was really awesome listening to you this afternoon. So have a wonderful day. Please,
Thank you very
please
much.
enjoy. Yeah, awesome. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Kendi. And now we're moving to the second session for the afternoon program. And I'm going to introduce our speaker now. She'll be speaking to us on preparing for a job interview. And I'm really excited about this part because I'm sure that most of our participants have been looking forward to this particular session.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, I don't know who that is, but thank you. So the next facilitator for this session is Miss Tosin David. Miss Tosin David is a former banker with over 25 years experience in market facing, administrative, and HR roles in the financial services. As an experienced facilitator, she currently spends her time developing and delivering training programs. A certified coach, Tosin coaches a range of clients around team and personal effectiveness. She's a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management. My friends and colleagues on the call, please let me welcome Ms. Tosin David as she delivers a talk on preparing for a job interview. And I hope we really take out a lot from this particular session. Ms. Tosin David, if you're on the call, can you
Okay, can I use my own slide? Can I share
please feel free? Please feel
myself?
free to do that. But please put it on slideshow. So
Yes,
yeah,
I will.
awesome.
I
Awesome.
will.
Thank you so much, Ma. You have the floor now.
Thank you very much. All right, you're all very welcome to today. I wonder why I can't see myself in that. I have my video on, but somehow my face is not showing. But it's a pleasure to be here with you. Maybe I'll stop the video. And
No, I
then
think it's because of the background.
The background.
Yes.
All right. So I listened to the last speaker and well, not all of him, part of him, and I was really excited. I hope that you all took notes because he had a lot of good things to say, and it really feeds into what we're going to talk about now. So we're talking about, you made the short list. You've been called for a job interview. What do you do, to make a success of it? This is what we are looking at today. I said you got the letter. It might be a call. It might be an email. And what does that mean? It means that you met certain basic criteria, and it's an opportunity for you to engage with the company that you are talking to. Today in recruiting, a lot of recruiting is filtered by IT. So it's digital. So they screen your CV, pick out, certain words and things. And on the basis of that, they make a short list and they invite you for an interview. What does the interviewer expect from you? You know, for you to prepare, you have to have in your mind an idea of what you think they want to get from you. So what are some of the things that they expect from you? Why did you apply? Why should they select you? You know, what's special about you? What do you know? How skillful are you? What sort of character are you? And, you know, the last speaker who talked about etiquette spoke about quite a number of things that people would be looking out for when they speak to you. At the interview, they also want to know what you want to know. So remember that an interview is not a one-way street, it's a two-way street. And in that two-way street, you have an opportunity to ask questions yourself. I usually tell people, I said, you have to remember that when people are recruiting, interviewing, most times they've read your CV. So when they start to ask you questions about, tell us about yourself, it does not mean that you recite that CV again, you know, from start to finish. You have to be original in the way you speak, and we'll speak a bit about that. As I said, an interview is a two-way conversation. So you should be able to have an idea of things that you would like to ask when you get to the interview. Anything you want to ask about the company, anything you want to ask about the job in particular, and your career path in that place. Have all those questions ready. So come prepared with questions, anything you're not sure about. People may have told you about the company, but the interview is the place for you to confirm those things. So what do you need? I said, getting ready, preparation, knowledge of the industry. You're going into somewhere, you want to make a good impression on the people who are speaking to you. So what do you need to tell them? You need to demonstrate that you have a good understanding of the business that you're entering into, the industry at large, not just the company. You also have to know something about the company. Many times people turn up at an interview and they ask you, okay, so what do you know about the company? Said, I couldn't find anything. I looked on the internet, I didn't see. You're the one who's looking for a job. You need to demonstrate that you have initiative and that you can use your resources to find some of these things. You're interviewing for a particular job. Did you make inquiries about the job? Because some titles sound the same, but the content of the job is different. So you need to make sure you have an understanding of the particular job in the company where you are going. They're going to ask you many questions about what you are bringing. So KSA is your knowledge, your skills, and your attitude. What knowledge do you have? What skills do you have? And what is your attitude or your character? Why the checklist is good is because you prepare answers to all these things before you get there. You have to think about them and come up with answers already. Practice. The interview may be your one chance to make that good impression. And maybe it's a company you've wanted to work for forever. You then get the opportunity. You have to make it good. Of course, they're going to ask you, why you? So what's special about you? What's your unique selling proposition? You as an individual, what sets you apart from all the other people who are coming for the interview? Preparation, again, preparing for your arrival. Last speaker talked about, business etiquette. I guess he must have talked about your dress. How you turn up for an interview matters. Are you well kept? Are you clean? Are you neat? Fashion is a difficult one because, again, remember, it depends on the industry you're going into. Dress appropriate for the industry. So, of course, you have to do some homework and find out what is typical or what is a good formal attire for the industry that you are entering into, and dress appropriately. Your appearance, so things like, are you there on time? Again, etiquette, are you there on time? Are you polite? Are you courteous? Preparation. Some people have lost the job or didn't get an opportunity for the job because when they got to the company, they were rude to the gate man, they were rude to the receptionist, etc. And people forget that all of those encounters are part of your interview. So you do need to be the right kind of person. So I really loved that, what you were listening to before. And of course, your attitude, what sort of person are you? The very questions he asked, are you a good team player? Will you fit into this company and its culture? So you have to be prepared in terms of responding to every single one of these sorts of questions. Be ready. I said be ready. How are you going to be ready? Your interview might take many different forms. So there's face-to-face. You actually are going to the premises of the company. You need to worry about your outfit. As I said earlier, appropriately dressed, be punctual, be courteous. And some people, I wanted to show you a video, but I think we don't have a lot of time. It's a 5-minute video, but it shows a candidate going to an interview. And he goes into the interview room. There are other people there, all dressed in military uniform, and he's dressed very casually. And they said, what are they there for? They said they want the best of the best of the best. So they want to get one person out of those people who came for the interview. And they all sit down. And in there, they gave them an assignment. They gave them a form to fill. So everybody had a form and a pencil, and they were expected to complete it. They didn't say anything to them. They leave you to yourself. It's what we would call an assessment center sometimes. The interview may not just be you sitting down face-to-face meeting people. It might be putting you in a situation and see how you will react. So in this case, all these people were sitting, struggling to fill the form. And the rough fellow who came last saw a table in the center of the room, and he dragged the table to himself and started using it to write. What did that tell the interviewers? This is someone with initiative, not worried about what everybody's thinking. So you have to be conscious of the fact when you're going for the interview that everything is part of your assessment. Being there face-to-face, they're looking at how you relate with other people, how courteous you are, what do you do in certain situations. Be ready. It might be that your interview is online. Then again, still you have to worry about an outfit, dress appropriately, have good technology, and have a good background. I mean, here I'm having this situation right here. I'm not sure what this is about, but try and have a good background. If you have a cluttered background, because I find in some cases you see some people, they're interviewing from home, and yes, you might be interviewing from home, but you have to make sure that whatever you have around you gives a good impression of who you are. You don't want all your stuff jumbled up all behind you. And again, you might have an interview on the telephone. Some interviews are conducted via telephone. Again, your last session talked about phone etiquette and the way you speak, the things you say. So it's about the choice of words, the sound of your voice, all of those things matter. So what is it? If you're having an interview, be ready. Everything is being assessed. Everything is being assessed. Questions. Interviews come with questions, loads of questions. Most questions are open-ended questions. They ask you questions so that you can explain things to them. They generally do not ask you, okay, a closed-end question would be like, okay, how old are you? Or what do you like? You know, things that you can answer with one word. Questions are usually things like, tell us about something you've done that you're proud of. And what is that? That's about finding you, getting you to explain to them the kind of things that are important to you. So many questions are asked for you to reveal yourself, as it were, from the things that you do. So you have to learn how to respond to questions in a structured and concise way. Part of the problem, is that some people love to talk. And if they're asked a question, they will go on and on and on. The interviewers don't really want that. What they want is the information that they want, but they're also using it to assess, can you communicate effectively? Can you demonstrate through the things you say what you are capable of doing? So learn to be structured, learn to be concise. And when you've made the statement, then you can ask them, would they like further information? Or let them ask if they want more than you've given initially. The objective really is to get to know you better. So expect a lot of questions. So I said here, what are they looking for? They want to know, what do you know? So we talked about, do you know the industry that you're entering into? So you may say, oh, I'm an entry level, or I'm just new. But if you are a candidate who has potential, they want to see not just what you can do immediately, but what you can do going forward. And so it's a matter of understanding the way you think. Are you thinking big picture? Do you understand, okay, I want to work in the tobacco industry. What's the state of that industry in this country right now? I want to work in a bank. What do you understand? They might then ask you some questions about the economy, etc. So the wider context. So you need to be good with your general knowledge, as it were. Then the company. You apply to a company. It's amazing how many people go into a company for an interview. Somebody say, I got the letter, I'm going for an interview. What do you know about them? Who's the MD? Who's the deputy MD? Where are they located? Where do they have branches? What's their value chain like? You need to know those kind of things. So do your homework. Have a dossier. You make a dossier for each place that you want to aspire to enter. And of course, you want to understand the job. Whatever job it is you are applying for, you saw something that you wanted to apply for. What is it about the job? What are the skills, the qualifications that are needed to be effective in that job? Do you have them? Because that is what you will have to talk about to make sure that you are the candidate that they are looking for. So that takes us to the skills. What skills do you have? What can you do? A lot of people, they write a CV and their CV will list all the places that they worked and, the jobs they were doing, the tasks they were doing. But that's not what the interviewer is looking for. What the interviewer is looking for is, how competent are you? And so when they ask you questions, it's about you demonstrating that capability. So they may ask you, share an experience where you had responsibility for organizing something. People also understand that, look, you may not have been working. So it's not always about in your last job. It might be things you did in school, university, whatever it is. but you should be able to explain using particular instances the sorts of things that you have, whether it's leadership, whether it is project management, whether it is communication. So whatever the skills are that you are good at, you need to be able to articulate them in a way that will let people know, oh, you have this skill. So your skills are really important. And if they ask you about something which, for instance, they may ask you, tell us about your weaknesses, or tell us about your strengths. So what are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? People, some people will say, I don't have any weaknesses. There's nobody really who's perfect. So what it is for you, look for an area when it comes to weaknesses where there's something, maybe some people have said you should improve. It might be your parents, your siblings. It might be people who know you very well who say, oh, this person tends to be, that you tend to be very impatient, something like that. So whenever you identify what is the weakness that you say you have, you should also immediately share with the panel what you are doing to redress it. So it's not that just you have it and, people have to live with that. You've recognized it as something which needs improvement and you are doing something about it. For strengths, of course, if it's a strength, you would use examples to show where you have applied that strength in other scenarios where you may have had an opportunity to deploy them. And of course, more than anything, people are looking for your character. What sort of person are you? What values do you have? Do they align with those of the organization? And again, so questions will come. Share an experience, for example, where maybe you were faced with an ethical issue. How did you handle it? What was the outcome? Very important, because people want to know how you think. That when you are in certain situations, how will you respond? Or tell us about a time when you were under pressure and you had multiple deadlines. How did you deal with it? They might ask you, do you prefer to work alone or would you like working with teams? Again, it's about understanding where you fit, how you fit in the organization. What are they looking for? Your presence, your carriage. Again, all those things are things which would have come up in etiquette, as in how you fit in with other people. Do people listen to you? Or are you one of those people who talks all the time and nobody can get a word in edgewise? So many questions that you will get will be about who you are, what you believe in, what you can do. And based on all those questions, they begin to take a view, assess you for whether you're a suitable fit for them or not. Or they may tell a question again, they want to assess your emotional intelligence, for instance. So they may ask you, tell us about a time you worked with a difficult member of staff or a difficult client. How did you handle that situation and how was it resolved eventually? So questions. The questions are to know what you know and what you can do, because many people can write a brilliant CV. You can get, AI to write you a CV if you like, and it's wonderful. Do you know what happens? Sometimes people have come to an interview. I'll give an example, and they said, okay, which software can you use? What software can you use? I can use the internet. Okay. Or someone says, oh, I'm very good at PowerPoint. Okay. So you just give them a computer and say, okay, give me a PowerPoint presentation, just 3 slides that talks about something, and they can't do it. So it's very important that you don't say anything that's not true, because, you know, immediately you are found out. That's the end of that process, because clearly you're not trustworthy. There's no integrity. So you have to be truthful. And, you know, when you're looking at reviewing a CV, for instance, of someone who's applied, at the interview, we pick up things like, there's a gap in your CV from this time to this time. What was going on there? And, you know, people may ramble around. The thing is always to be honest. If you have a gap in your CV, why did you have a gap? You were maybe studying or learning something, or maybe there was a family emergency, or there are many reasons, but you need to have a good reason and include it. So you don't want to throw up red flags at an early stage in terms of someone who is considering you for certain things. So these are just things that they constantly will be looking for. We say stay positive. You know, remember, you got invited for this interview, and that means that there is something in your CV or your connection or whatever which made you worth the meeting. Use the opportunity that you've been given to come to the interview to make the best of it. You might not want the job because maybe you've got 2 others lined up, but you never know which one will go through to the end. So make the most of every opportunity. Have your top key stories ready. You know, I said you should keep a dossier. So one is about including everything about the company that you are speaking to. You need to know, you're an investigator. You need to find out all you can about them. But then remember what they want. They want to know about you. So you write up your top stories. What have you done in the past? What are your achievements? That's one of the key things that people want to know. So what have you done before? And like I said, it's not all about work experience. It's about applying the skills and the mastery you have in the situations where you found yourself. So have those stories ready and you'll be able to share them and demonstrate, okay, I was a member of the JC's, you know, Junior Chamber International, and I held an office there. And during the period, I was an office bearer. These are the initiatives I started, and this is what we did, etc. So those sorts of things talk about who you are, what you have done in the past. And if you've done it in another job, that's awesome. You can bring that and share that as well. Try and make sure that the achievements that you're talking about are related to the role that you are seeking. So this is just to say that there are loads of questions. If you have any particular questions that have bothered you in the past, you can let me know and I can speak to those. The other thing is that I said an interview is a two-way conversation. It's not just about what the employer wants to hear from you or get out of you. It's also about what you want to get out of them. And there's some things that you can say that can actually help your interview. So what questions do you have for the interviewer? So you can ask the interviewer themselves, what's the best thing you like about this company? Now that puts the interviewer on the spot, you know, sometimes because, okay, you're trying to sell this place for me to, you know, come and work here. So what's so special about it? Let them tell you what it is that makes it such an attractive place that might be something that may sway you even further. Can you describe the kind of culture I can anticipate? Very important, because you don't want to sign up for a job, leave another job, or just start a new job, and you get to work and you find out that the environment is not one in which you can settle. I think I've been there before once. I was stunned. I went to work in a new place, which was so totally different to what I had been used to in terms of the way people interacted, even in terms of layout, everything. But I did make a decision to stay with it, which worked out for me. But some people, they can't take it. They said, this is not for me, and they decide to move on. So use the interview to ask those kind of questions. Now, importantly, about creating a good impression, you can ask them, what do you expect an outstanding performer in my role to deliver in the first 90 days? What is that saying? That is saying to the panel, oh, this is somebody who is coming here, who really wants to do well. And they want to understand what it is that will make the difference. So if you can get the panel talking or the interviewer talking to you, and they tell you what it is that's important to them, that gives you a leg up already. So you know that, look, if I want to outshine the rest of the people, this is what I need to do. It's the same thing. What makes your best employee stand out to you? You're hearing it from the horse's mouth in terms of the things that matter to them. So what is not written down then becomes clearer to you. So you know that in many organizations, there's the unwritten culture. There's the written one, there's the unwritten, and there's the unwritten and there's the written. So very often, you don't find out things until you're actually there and you're working. When you ask questions like this, it helps you get a good picture of what you're letting yourself in for. Then you could ask the question, is the position I'm being considered for a new one, or is it an existing role? And if it's an existing role, why did the incumbent leave? Again, try to understand the dynamics of the organization which you are going into. Is there anything? Yeah, so this is one, as you're leaving, you might want to ask, is there anything that I can do to improve my skill set in the meantime? Because as you go for the interview, like, I was interviewing recently, we would tell the candidate that we are interviewing a number of people. So you're not the only candidate, and we will get back to you, etc. So you might say, okay, so in the meantime, is there anything I can do to improve my skill set? It's also a way of finding out, getting feedback for yourself as to if there's anything that, there's a gap in your skills, or if there's something else they particularly were looking for that's not there. So it may be helpful to get that. A lot of people go to interviews and don't even ask for feedback before they leave. How did I do? What could I have done better? Because that will help you, if not for this interview, for the next one. Because some people will tell you, oh, you did really well. And some people will tell you that, yes, we are going to consider you for the next interview. However, they will give you some useful feedback. So do ask. Remember, this interview is not all about the employer. It's also about you. So ask. And of course, ask what are the next steps. So what's going to happen now? When can I expect to hear from you? These are all valid things when you do go for that interview. And I said, finally, remember to say thank you for the opportunity. Thank you. And you can send a thank you message after the interview to say thank you for seeing me. But also you can write a reminder, maybe after a week or so you haven't heard from them. Thank you for, seeing me the other day. I'm just following up to see if there's anything else that you might need from me, or when I can expect to hear from you. All of those are very valid. Okay, so that's it for me. Was meant to be short. I was told I had just 30 minutes. So I hope that has been useful. If you have any questions, please let me have them now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh, David. Thank you so much. I think it was very inspiring when you look at what is important for our job seekers to understand, particularly when they're preparing for interviews. I think I take 2 or 3 questions. There's been a question that keeps recurring.
Okay.
The question is, what are the key points to mention and when asked to introduce oneself in an interview?
Excellent, excellent, excellent. So tell us something about yourself, or tell us about yourself. That's the way it usually goes. So what do we want to hear? Remember I said at the beginning, we read your CV. So we know everything that you have written there. So we're not expecting you to repeat everything. I went to school in this place, I studied this, I did that. What we want is a brief summary of your key achievements, and particularly as related to the role. So who are you? When you write your CV, you typically might say what sort of person you are and the kind of role you're looking for. So introducing yourself, of course, my name is this. I'm a graduate of XYZ. I am a specialist in, or I am experienced in. So what are the key things that make you the standout person that you are? That's what you want to highlight first. Then you want to highlight what are the achievements that you have accomplished along the way. Remember, I said it's not all about work if you don't have the work experience, but you put the skills into a context so that people can see those skills demonstrated. And then what your career plan is in summary, not in detail. So you then also want to say, I'm looking forward to a career in, in manufacturing. I want to become a product developer or whatever it is because of my creative skills, etc. And talk about if you are doing any learning to support it, add that. I'm already doing certain things in that area, add that. So it's very short. It's about your top line, who you are, what you bring to the table, your achievements, and what your career progression looks like from your point of view. So those would be the key things that we'd love to hear from the candidate.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Just to mention, as an addition to that, I think the world has gone global now, and the internet is a very good place for you to go through a couple of things on how to actually have the best of interviews. So please make use of that as much as possible. Yeah. So Mr. Singh, the other question that we have here, and I like this question because it's very interesting, is for graduate training positions. The graduate training positions are not defined in terms of what the specific roles would be, because it's supposed to be a management program for
Yes.
future leaders. So the question is, how do we go about these interviews? Since we don't know what the role is, and some of us have actually possessed some skills during our NYSC and internship programs. So how do people who go into graduate management trainee interviews. How do they manage such interviews? Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Graduate training programs, like you say, it's almost like a catch-all. It's what many companies have as, let's call it an entry level to groom people through their organization, because many organizations like to have people who work from the bottom up through the system and not just plug people in, midway. So what it is for many people is an opportunity for you to professionalize your skills, become a professional in whatever area. And the thing is that the way the graduate training programs typically work, you are exposed to many areas in an organization, not just one. And the aim is really to give you a broad-based professional foundation, which you then, as you grow in time, you can branch out into different areas, whether it's legal, HR, manufacturing, accounts, whatever it is. So it's a broad-based thing. And that's why at that level, when they're recruiting people, what are you looking for? You're looking for people who, we used to tell people that, look, if you have a first class doesn't do much for you, because a first class will evaporate after your first year. It's like it's depreciated. Skills are building every day. People are gaining new things. So what people are looking for is your potential. And that potential is the way you think, the way you work. And so those are important things in, again, I say how you communicate, how you're able to demonstrate the way you think and the way you work, the way you do things. That will give you a good standing in terms of running a graduate program. You get in as a graduate trainee, they're going to expose you. It's a wonderful thing because they expose you to a lot of things which help to build you. And during that time, they then will pick out things or put you in certain situations to try you out and then decide on where to use you best. And as Victor has pointed out, this is a global world. There's so many positions that you go into that you can end up anywhere in the world. We have so many people who are moving around now because they did well where they started. You were exceptional. So if you're one of the exceptional ones, you get on the fast track, and that fast track then can take you anywhere in the world. So having the right skills. So the right skills today, communication, the last speaker spoke about it a lot. I mean, we've seen people who are technically sound, which means you can do a job technically very well, but because your ability to communicate is poor, they don't want to showcase you because you're going to be interacting with stakeholders and customers. So you may lose out. So work on your communication skills, your interpersonal skills, on top of those technical skills which you may excel at. And it's a digital world, absolutely. So make sure that's part of your portfolio. And then the sky.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm going to take two more questions. I'm going to lump this particular question just to be one, and then I'll take one extra.
Okay.
So the question is, I really like the questions that are coming in. I think they're very interesting. How do I answer my interviewer on my previous job, where I'd resigned on my own because I was no longer interested? And the B part of that question is it polite to then tell my interviewer that the reason why I left my former job is because the pay is low? They are very interesting questions, and I know that they are very valid.
They're very valid questions. Leaving any one place to go to another, the individual must have thought about it, because clearly nobody just leaves a job, because, they're tired of working. There may be something, they say that people don't usually leave organizations, that they leave their bosses. That usually a separation comes because an employee doesn't get on with his manager or something of the sort. But yeah, so an interviewer is asking you, okay, so why did you leave your last employment? The focus should always be positive, and the focus should always be forward-looking. So you had been there. I know, you see, it depends on your CV. Somebody who has jumped around from job every year, they see you have moved from place to place, you may have a problem explaining, why is it that you can't stay in any one place? Is it that you didn't do your homework before you went into the place and then found that you couldn't stay, or that you are just a restless individual? Because the assumption is that, oh, you may not stay here. So you would really need to explain that. But if you are just moving, you've moved, you resigned, you went to work on your own, why did you do that? So you want to explain, oh, I had worked for this institution for 3 years, etc. I've been developing my skills in running a business or whatever it is, and I wanted to put this into practice. So I, wanted the opportunity to work in something that I set up myself. And I've done this for a couple of years, and I see that there's still some things I need to learn. So I would like to go back and develop to a higher level. Another thing is that, okay, so I left. I am looking forward to new opportunities. Some people will say, oh, you've only done a job for 2 years. You said you've learned everything there is to learn. We're not sure about that, but there's nothing to say that if there are no opportunities for you to expand where you are, then it's very valid for you to find an opportunity where you can expand. So you might say, oh, I see that your company has openings for graduate trainees, which expose them to the kind of technical lines that I'm interested in. Very valid for you to want to go down that. We would typically ask you, so where else did you apply? So if you're wise, you would have applied to 1 or 2. So then again, they may ask you, so why us or why the other one? So you have to have answers to those questions. Nothing wrong with moving around. What it is you're looking for opportunities, you are building your skill set, you believe that you have something of value that you want to, you believe you can deploy in this new company. So there are a whole host of reasons why you can move, and which will be accepted by the recruiter. I
All
hope
right.
that.
Yeah, thank you very much. There's a lot of questions, but we don't have time.
Okay.
Very interesting questions. I'm going to have to just pick one of all of the questions that I've seen, because I feel this is also very, very interesting. Um, the question is, how do you leave, an impressive notion during your interview for a job you don't have experience on? So you don't have experience, you've not done the job before, and somehow you got into the interviews. What are the things that will be your selling point, at that point?
Now that is very interesting, because you
Yeah.
said you have no experience,
Yeah.
you haven't done the job before, so how did you make it through? Um, it's actually a dicey one, because the interviewer may say that, I'm not sure how you got here, that maybe our system, missed something, because I don't see anything that you have that's related to this particular role. Now that's up to you. You who applied need to be able to say, some people are very good with their mouth, or with how they explain things, but you have to be able to demonstrate again the fact that the skills which you have, which are, you've never done this particular job before, but if you can show how the things that you have done align with this particular role, then you can do that. You know, remember I said this is about how you think. They want to know how you think and how you work, because we prefer somebody, for instance, who you give a set of people the same challenge to go and do something. I want you to come up with a new product, or I want you to, and somebody who has never done it before sometimes will do a better job than people who have been doing it. And that's because of the way they think and process information. So what we're looking for would be somebody who can think out of the box, who is creative. So even if you haven't done it before, if you demonstrate those skills, and that's why you have to understand what the current skill set is for work. I'm not even talking about for any job, but for work generally. You know, when we talk about things like critical thinking, problem solving, these are things that they want people who can get things done. Get things done. It's Barack Obama who said, look, if you're looking for somebody, what you want are the people who can get the work done. It's not the people who talk nicely, or look nice. It's people who can actually be effective in delivering. So if somebody who hasn't done it before says, look, I'm a very creative person. There's no assignment that I have been given that I haven't been able to go and think up and come up with a solution. You can still be considered, if you get what I mean. You need to be able to show that you are a person who is resourceful, who is proactive, and who really just gets things done, a solution provider. So we're looking for people who add value, who can add value in any way that they can to the role in question, to the organization as a whole. And some people will come in and tell you things about your company that you hadn't thought about. And they will say, we need people who think like this. So as I said, it goes back to how you think and how you do things. You can make a difference in that short space of time. So you have to learn to sell yourself. The message is learn to sell yourself. What value do you have? You know the things that you do well. If you don't know the things that you do well, ask people who know you and write up those things. Begin to write up those things. Anytime you get in front of people, you need to be able to communicate the fact that you are someone who adds value and can make a difference in their organization.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Sudeji. I'm sure that our participants have taken a lot of things out of this particular session. Special thanks to you. And that's it, guys. Thank you so much. Today, I would like to invite Mrs. Adenike Adebayo Ajala, who is the Director, Social Labor Affairs, NECA, for the closing and wrap up. Ms. Adenike.
So I'm free to go.
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you so much.
All right. Madam, before you go, please, Mrs. Tosi David, a huge thank you. My name is Adebola Akwande. The director of SLA, Mrs. Adebayo Ajala, is actually in another meeting representing the DG. But please, before you leave, permit me to say a huge thank you for being a part of this amazing time out and soft skills development for everybody. We appreciate you, ma'am. And we'll definitely be in touch. Thank you, ma'am. Have a great day.
Okay.
You,
bless you all.
Bye-bye.
Good luck in your job search.
Thank you very much. Amen to that. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. We've had a very long day, and I'm sure very fruitful indeed. So I want to say a very big thank you as we close, as we round up, as we wrap up this day one of the NECA job fair. I want to say a huge thank you to everybody for coming on. The job seekers, thank you very much for staying on. We want to say a very big thank you to our fantastic, amazing resource persons. I'm sure the consensus is the same. There's consensus in terms of the quality. You know, they're top-notch and they're international in their delivery, in their work experience. And that's to the resource persons. Please, if you really appreciate them, go to the chat section and put emojis of applause there, you know, as many applause as possible. You can make it a standing ovation if you choose. Thank you very much, everybody. And so, you know, to have a quick synopsis of what we've been doing today, I'm sure we know that the theme for this job fair, which is a 2-day event, today is virtual, tomorrow is the physical that holds at NECA house in Alausa, not too far from the Alausa Lagos State Secretariat. All right, so tomorrow, day 2. Now, a quick synopsis of the theme of the job fair has been the green economy. That's the new frontier in job creation and employability. And there's certain things that our facilitators have been, you know, sharing with us. They're quite recurring. Now, some of those recurring details have been your dress mode, all right? You're going for an interview. There is a culture to where you're going. Now, of course, the basic and the general is a formal attire. You wear a formal attire. Again, of course, you dress for the culture or according to the culture of the environment or the place where you're working. You want to be very particular about that. Another thing that was recurring is your manner or tone of speech, of response, whether it is in emails or phone calls. You want to be very, very careful that you do not turn off the person that is listening to you or reading your emails or your messages or your correspondence. Again, of course, in interviewing, when you're answering questions, you want to, of course, do your background check. You do some research in the organization that you're going for interview for. You don't want to go to a place where you don't know what they do. You can't ask questions. It shows that you don't care where you don't care what they're about. And of course, that's, I feel, is a red flag to them. All right. Now, in addition to this, of course, they talked about what I'll say, Mrs. Tosin David was talking about a job interview in a movie. And that movie, if I remember, talks about the black men in black. Yes, Men in Black. Maybe you want to look at it. Will Smith was one of the key actors there. You want to read, maybe you want to go and watch that as well. Now, we want to remind you, even as we wrap up, as I said, that tomorrow, the physical outing is in the NECA house, which is located at plot A2, Hakim Balogun, that's behind Fela or Femi Shrine. It's not too far from the Lagos State Secretariat, and it is in Ikeja. It's not too far from ShopRite. Some of us know ShopRite very, very well. And so I want to wish everybody all the very best, all the job seekers. I wish you all the very, very best, even as you come tomorrow. And I want to say a huge thank you to the moderators on this soft skills training. Victor, thank you for a fantastic presentation. Thank you, Debola. Thank you, Mrs. Eneli of Workforce. Thank you, Mr. Alasa of Black Skill. Thank you, Mr. Kehinde Omiyale of Stressor. Thank you, Mrs. Tosin David of Whisker. And thank you, our partner in this project, Dr. E. Itua. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a fantastic rest of the day. And all the best to the job seekers tomorrow. I think I saw my colleague, Mrs. Adebayo Ajala. Do you have anything to say, Nike? No.
No,
all right.
just to say
So
thank you to everybody.
All right. Awesome.
And we wish you all the best tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye-bye, everybody.